This channel has always and always will be about the Lucasades, the members, the viewers. So we're keeping focus on you for now. Huge amounts of crypto manipulation at the moment. We put our celebrations on hold and we focus on you. You all know what I'm talking about. It's nice, it's great, but remember, we always and always will be about you. We are focused on you right now for a very good reason. I've just gone all in, all cash, all bank, all margin. We are in. This is big time. This is real on crypto. As I'm doing it, we've got huge manipulation going on. Manipulation across all networks. Networks that support XRP. Networks, YouTube channels, everyone that focuses in this subject. There's huge manipulation going on right now. So we focus on you. We focus on the money. We focus on the job in hand. Why you become a member of this channel, why you watch every day, why we're growing faster than any other YouTube channel in this space, why we have over 30% an audience with ladies is because we focus on you. We focus on the job. Time to celebrate will come later. But right now, we're looking at massive amounts of manipulation across all networks, all systems, everything's involved with crypto. And we are at the forefront of it as we rank #1 in the world for XRP on YouTube and Google and many others as well. So today, we're not focusing on what you might think I'll be focusing on, of course. No, we're focusing on getting the job done, making sure that we don't lose our money and we remain on top. On top for XRP and on top tomorrow, #1 in the world for Nvidia earnings. We're covering it. So get ready for a day of total manipulation, ups and downs, wild volatility, but we are on top of it. We'll always be on top of it and we'll always be here for you. Let's focus on what I did overnight. Time for celebrating will come. But right now, last night, I went all in. I went live on my phone while drinking a cup of tea and decided to go all in on XRP, Bitcoin and Ethereum. All my cash, all my bank and all of my margin. I couldn't be more committed to the cause. I couldn't be more committed to you and supporting the community. But I'm also aware of what's going on behind the scenes. All of this will make sense in time. Trust me, I'm on top of it. So, last night, let's have a look. So I went into Bitcoin even more. I bought a lot more. Let's show you my recent purchases and let me show you the news of what's going on. So on August the 25th, yesterday, I bought 1,000. August 25th, later in the day, another 1,000. August the 25th, later on last night, 2,000. August the 25th, last night, another 2,000. This has been going on now for about 3 days. They're trying to get everybody out. They're manipulating channels that talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum and XRP. Everything is under attack to get everybody out or everybody liquidated. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen on this show. All right, so pay close attention. There's a lot of stuff going on right now in the space. Please do tap the like button. Please subscribe, tap the subscribe and tap the like button. We're not focusing on what everybody's talking about this morning. Absolutely not. There's manipulation everywhere. We're focusing on getting the job done. So we're now, that's my Bitcoin position. And now we're going to focus on the next part. We've got Ethereum. What about Ethereum? Well, last night I bought some more and I've staked it all as well. There you go. August the 23rd, I bought 2 more Ethereum. Then last night I bought another I bought another batch of another whole Ethereum coin last night when the price dropped to 4,389. Let me focus on this. Just give me a second. Okay. Let me just do this. not that. That one there. Hang on a minute. Just allow me a second just to change a couple of things. Okay. Put that there. And what else did I want to do? I'm trying to think of something else I want to do. Just please bear with me. Oh, what's it called? Oh, yeah. Just bear with me a second. All right. I think we are just about there. Just bear with me. I'm just making a couple of adjustments here. I am in the middle of 5,000 things at once. You have to please bear with me. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done. I know you're getting a bit of strobing, but please bear with me. It'll all make sense in a moment. Right. Okay. I think we're just about there now. Okay, cool. I think we should be there in a moment. All right, focus. Got to focus on the job in hand. Thank you. I appreciate all your thoughts and good wishes. We're just focusing on the job at the moment. There is a lot going on, and we will put a focus. The focus remains on you and these position. I'm looking at all this information coming in about huge whale manipulation, stock manipulation, particularly in the crypto space. And that is what everybody wants, not to celebrate anything right now. Okay. Just checking a few things that are coming in. I've got my Bank of America sources just telling me something. Just bear with me. Ethereum buying today. XRP buying today, and huge movement in Bitcoin as well. I'll come on to all the details in a second. Okay. Good. We're in control. We're in control. Everything is going pretty wild at the moment. Right. Let's focus on this. So overnight, I bought a lot more Bitcoin. I bought a lot more Ethereum. Let me go back to the positions. I'll show you what I did. So let's focus on, I did Bitcoin. I showed you Ethereum. And you can see all of this now is down. Now I'm all in. I can't go any more in. I'm 100% in now with everything. Until I get paid again on the 21st of September, this is as far as I can go. Now there's no danger whatsoever of being margin called. However, we have to be prepared for much bigger drops. There's a lot of volatility in this space at the moment, but we are focused on cryptos. You can see we are up. The overall portfolio is up. We're doing very well, despite literally every possible attempt of a manipulation going on every level at the moment. We are on top of it. Let me show you some stories I'm going to cover this morning as I focus on all of this. So, first of all, we've got manipulation with the Fed. This is a story that we brought you this morning. I wanted to show you this. Trump tries to Fed the governor, Lisa Cook, sparking legal showdown. This is creating chaos. Now, we know that Trump is extremely passionate about changing the structure of the Fed. He's also extremely passionate about crypto, and we know how he manipulates crypto. We've seen huge dumps on the Trump coin. We saw the manipulation and all of that. So we got to be very, very careful. There's a lot of manipulation going on in everything. This is a pivotal moment. And those that survive this and remain in the game are going to be the winners. All right. So let me show you this story. I've got all the crypto stories as well to share with you. This is all from our own newsletter. And I want to thank Sensei's wife for doing such wonderful images for our channel. We really do appreciate it. All right, so here we go. President Trump ignited an historic confrontation over the Federal Reserve's independence by announcing the immediate removal of Governor Lisa Cook, editing unproven allegations of mortgage fraud. Cook, the first black woman on the Fed board and a Biden appointee with a term ending in 2038. Swiftly rejected the dismissal as illegal, arguing through her attorney that Trump lacks the authority to fire a sitting Fed governor for cause. This is correct, it's true. Under existing law, Trump's accusation posted on Truth Social claims Cook misrepresented multiple properties in Michigan and Georgia as primary residences to secure favorable loan terms. The allegations originated from a criminal referral filed by Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte, who urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate while a Justice Department probe is underway. No charges have been filed, and Cook continues her official duties amid the unprecedented attempt to remove her. So again, there's a lot of false information online saying the Fed is under attack and the Fed and this position has been fired. It's not the case. It's ongoing. It's not going to happen. But we've also got a lot of stories like this in the crypto space and any channels that cover crypto. There is so much going on in this space. We're focusing on you. We will focus on celebrating our 100,000 when it's the right time to do it. Right now, we have to focus on this because everyone now could lose their money if we are taking our eye off why we are here. Why we're here is to support our members, be a real channel and help people, not to focus on my own successes. It's not about me. It's never been about me. It's about you. And we have to focus. It's really difficult to focus right now, but I'm going to do it. So I went all in last night on crypto to support the crypto community, but also to make a good sound investment. It's going up big time, and it's going to happen in the next few weeks. Most of you are going to miss it because most of you are going to get liquidated or already have done. All right? Anyway, let me read this next part of this story. If you are here today, please tap the like button. We'd love to get 200 likes. There are 440 people watching, and if you could click subscribe, that would be amazing. Thank you very much indeed. We would like to celebrate our 100,000 subscribers, but we are putting that on hold until we focus on winning this battle with crypto. It will be over very, very quickly, and then we can focus on celebrations. So please do consider subscribing. Thank you very much indeed. All right. So if successful, Trump would gain a 4-member majority on the Fed's 7-person board, fundamentally altering the institution's leadership, coupled with his nomination of economic advisor Stephen Mirren to another vacant seat. The board would have Trump-aligned control over regulatory frameworks, budgeting and appointments of regional bank presidents. Although the 12-member Federal Open Market Committee would still determine interest rates, analysts warn that Trump's move could dismantle long-standing Fed independence. There is lots of information now that the world order is changing. 3 heads of state: America, China, and Russia. Things are changing. Do you agree with all of this? Do you think it's the way to go? Should Trump get control of the Fed? Should Trump be able to take shares in companies like he did yesterday with Intel? Everything is changing. Everything is being manipulated. Everything is going on, and crypto is about to go absolutely parabolic, and most people will miss it by being liquidated. That's why I'm focusing on you today and not focusing on our celebrations. So, a risk that already rattled markets and weakened the dollar. Legal experts expect a drawn-out battle that could ultimately reach the Supreme Court. Now, all of this is ultimately good for crypto. This is why people want crypto, particularly Bitcoin. I believe there's 3: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP. But Bitcoin, no matter what you think about Michael Saylor and other things like that, and all the nonsense going on there, and we'll cover that as well in a moment, at the end of the day, money will flock into this, and I think that is the idea. So just be prepared for that as well. Legal experts expect a drawn-out battle that could ultimately reach the Supreme Court as scholars debate whether the president can legally remove a Fed governor, something never before attempted in the institution's 111-year history. This is a really big day for investors today. So let's look at this. We've got Sensei's thoughts here. Sensei said, the attempted firing isn't just about Cook, it's a seismic test of the Fed's independence. With global markets now watching whether US monetary policy will remain insulated from political control. Now then, you can see our crypto. We are up 0.25% today. I went all in last night. I can't be in anymore. I can't buy anymore. I've done everything I humanly possibly can. And I'm green across the board, which is great. And I've also staked as well. Let me show you. Oh, I staked all my Ethereum. It's processing. So I've staked everything now on this. I believe it's the right thing to do. So I've now currently got in Ethereum, without the ETFs, 18,744. So I've got about $140,000 now invested with my ETFs and my crypto by itself. And remember, I had absolutely nothing just 3 to 4 weeks ago. So I couldn't be more in. But let's continue this story. Please tap the like button. I'd really appreciate it. We are putting our celebrations on hold for reaching 100,000 subscribers. We are waiting because we are focusing on this story. A lot of manipulation going on now in everything to do with crypto. Everybody is under attack. Everything is happening. And if we don't focus on what's right and we don't focus on you, we're going to lose everything. And we cannot allow that to happen. So we're focusing on you. All right, this show has always been about you, the Lucasades, the members, and that's what we're doing. Please also tap the subscribe button. We will have our celebrations at the right moment, not just yet. There is work to be done. All right, ETFs now outnumber individual US stocks for the first time. Now, this is a very important point when it comes to crypto. I'm going to be doing a whole debate on whether it's right to have an ETF or whether you should have the coin itself. And I've been doing a lot of work on this, and actually it's a bit of both. You need to be focused on a bit of both. All right? Anyway, let's read this story and let's cover it. ETFs. Now, why this is important? It's because this has made it possible for institutions, banks, pension funds to be able to buy into the crypto space. Very, very important. All right. So we've seen this now that people are wanting to enter the crypto space, but they're unable to until we get ETFs. So it's not a surprise that we have an explosion in this space. Now, how to choose is on this thumbnail, and I want to thank Sensei's wife again for such a wonderful thing. You've got to focus on whether the underlying assets are the actual coin, if we're talking about crypto, or derivatives. It's why I like BlackRock, because they actually own Bitcoin, they actually own Ethereum, and they lock it away. They give it institutional grade security, and it's well funded, and it's a name you can trust. So I like that. All right. So, and also you're looking for the cost basis as well. Got to make sure that you don't overspend. Anyway, we'll come on to more detail about the ETF versus the coin on an upcoming video I'm making. So the US ETF market has reached a historic milestone, with more than 4,300 exchange-traded funds, now exceeding the approximately 4,200 individual stocks listed on the American exchanges. This is the first time ETFs have outnumbered individual equities since comprehensive record-keeping began. Based on Bloomberg data compiled by Morningstar, back in 2010, there were just 1,100 ETFs versus 4,300 stocks. So you can see stocks haven't really increased that much, but there's been an explosion in ETFs, and crypto plays a huge part of that. But still choose wisely. It's important. Underscoring a remarkable 15-year transformation in market structure. In 2025 alone, over 640 new ETFs have launched through August, averaging 4 new listings per trading day and already accounting for 80% of 2024's full-year global total of 878, as reported by TrustNet. The ETF boom reflects both market innovation and changing investor behavior. More retail investors are coming into the space, and they're looking for something which is safer because they don't really know what they own. However, remember, ETFs are a business, just like everything else. Everyone wants you to buy a piece of their pie. Why? Not because the ETF makes you money, because it makes the management fund money. That's why there's always management costs. Management costs is the tip, the wages, and the compensation for those that set it up. Just because it's an ETF doesn't mean it's a great thing. All right, so don't just rush out and buy ETFs because they're available. We have to focus on what's important. All right, focus on the money, understand what's going on, understand the manipulation, and if you play the game wisely, you will win. If you don't, you will lose. This is not, and never has been, set up to help you make money. Nothing about investing was ever set up for you to make money. It's a business within a business. It makes money when you trade. Because you can trade doesn't mean you should trade. Very, very important. Please do tap the like button this morning and consider subscribing. Thank you very much indeed. We want to celebrate our 100,000 subscribers, but we're going to do it at the right time. We're going to do it when all of this is done, the manipulation is done, because right now you don't need a party. What you need is this information, because I want all of my members to win. I'm all in on crypto. I am never going to lose. I'm not going to lose, and I don't want my members to lose because I'm busy singing "I'm Still Standing" with fireworks all over the place. So the ETF boom reflects both market innovation and changing investor behaviors. ETFs, not spam. Themes from AI and cannabis to pets and anti-work portfolios, highlighting an explosion in investor choice and complexity. While their proliferation has democratized access to institutional-grade strategies and lowered costs, analysts warn of a growing paradox of choice. Exactly. One of the biggest examples of that is the explosion of things like Yield Max. These are terrible funds where they draw those that know nothing about investing into the space, promising huge dividends rather than buy NVIDIA business itself. I mean, how you can outperform what Nvidia is doing itself by restructuring, I do not know. But anyway, they will set up a fund promising you, if you buy Nvidia or Tesla through us, you can make all this extra money. It's amazing. It's not true. It's complete nonsense. And that's what happens. So the asset keeps going down. They cap how much money you can make. It's in the small print of the prospectus. But those that get drawn into this by watching YouTube channels don't read the prospectuses. They're getting completely fleeced. And then they're absolutely prevalent in saying they're making money when they're not. They're not making money. They're losing money, but they think they're making money. It's how good the marketing is for this stuff. So there's an explosion in this sector. Retail investors, if you're not careful, are getting fleeced. Everybody in this space now is under attack. Everyone who talks about XRP, Bitcoin, ETFs, everyone from YouTubers to social media content, there's false information everywhere. Now, I could go into my celebrations today and celebrate 100,000 subscribers, but I'm not. I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on you and what is happening. And all this will make sense to you in about 2 days. This will all make sense. Stay with me. Remember, I'm always here for you. I'm always here to do what's right. I'm always here to win, and you will always win with me. So please tap the like button and consider subscribing as well. And we'll celebrate our 100,000 subscribers at the right time when this manipulation and nonsense is over. All right. So, the pivot from individual stock picking to packaged products continues to reshape the financial landscape, with ETF assets surpassing 10 trillion in the US market, according to ETFDB. So now Sensei's thoughts on this. The surge in ETF offerings is rewriting the playbook. Investing is no longer just about picking winners, but choosing the right package of winners. It is. And it's a business in itself. People think by buying an ETF, you are buying a safe asset. You are not. And by buying a fund that supports, like YieldMax, you're getting free money. You are not. It's a very difficult world to navigate. I understand that this is a hard business to be in. I understand, because as I'm delivering all of this, it's all going on at once, but I'm making sure that I'm delivering the right information to you, and it'll all make sense in a couple of days from now. Trust me, there's stuff coming down the line that you don't want to miss. Trump vows export curbs, tariffs in digital tax reprisal. This is important. Everything is changing. The world order is changing. Crypto is about to explode. Most people have already, most retail now who are over leveraged have already been shaken out. There's not much to go. My belief was Bitcoin would bottom around this 110. All right. There is information that Bitcoin could drop to 70,000. I am not banking on that. I am banking on 110. Now, I would rather be wrong and it goes down another 10 or 20%, but be in and be able to survive a margin call, which I can because I'm very well structured and disciplined, than miss out 100% gain, which I believe is coming in October. And we're going to double to 200,000, and we're going to triple in XRP, and we're going to triple in Ethereum. So I want to be in, but I understand how to leverage, why to leverage at the right time. So we're focusing on that. So my Bitcoin, I'm all in. I've got 42,000 now. Plus, don't forget, I've got all the ETFs as well. Ethereum, I bought more. I've now got, as you can see, 4 Ethereum over 4 now. 18,000, and it's all staked, making money. That's up today. That is very important. XRP, I've got 5,300, and Doge, I've got none. That just is there because it's dust. I can't get rid of it. So back to this particular story as well. Please consider subscribing if you would help us continue our journey. So people were worried when we reached 100,000 subscribers. Would I stop? Would I get tired? Many do. Many give up. No. We're now going on to 1 million, which is the gold medal in YouTube channels. The bronze is the 100,000, and then you have 1 million. I'm not stopping. We're carrying on going, but right now we're focusing on you and not my celebration. That will come later. All right. So here we go. Let's scroll down. So now we have President Donald Trump issued a blunt threat on yesterday, to impose substantial additional tariffs. We've got more tariff uncertainties going on right now. And export restrictions on advanced technology and semiconductors targeting nations that maintain digital assets, taxes aimed at US tech firms. He labeled such taxes along with digital markets and digital services legislation as discriminatory and accused them of unfairly favouring Chinese tech giants. The move follows a recent US-EU agreement not to apply customs duties on electronic transmissions. Though the EU emphasised that its Digital Markets Act and Digital Service Act remain non-negotiable, exiting digital taxes, including the UK's 2% levy, France's 3% tax, which generated 680 million in 2023. The Spain's version that raised 300 million, Canada abruptly suspended its own digital tax plans just hours before implementation following Trump's pressure. The threat of semiconductor export restrictions adds new urgency given the US's lead in advanced chip manufacturing and equipment. This escalation may ignite broader trade conflict and affect companies like Amazon, Google, and Meta, who currently bear the brunt of digital tax regimes. A global 3% digital service tax could cost US firms up to $23 billion annually and cut US federal revenues by as much as $5 billion, according to industry analysis. For investors, this presents high-stakes risk for affected tech firms and potential upside in domestic chip makers and automation firms as reshoring accelerates in response to the mounting trade friction. So more manipulation going on here and confusing the markets. We have to stay focused. If you've just tuned in, please do tap the like button. That would be amazing. Let's see how many likes we can get on the show today, and also consider subscribing. In a few moments, I will come on to members only questions. In fact, what we're going to do now, we're going to move to members only, because I want to be able to answer all members' questions. There's a lot of stuff going on in the markets today, a lot of noise, a lot of things are not what they seem, and I'm going to focus on my members. So we're now switching to members only for a moment, and we might even take this stream to members only so we can be only viewable by members. Now repeat your comments and questions in the chat. Ask me anything. I will answer it live on the show. We might even open up the phone line. So please do come into the chat now and ask me a question. Repeat what you've already said if you have, if I've missed it. I'd love you to repeat your question now as we carry on with this story. Just bear with me as I do a few more things. Okay. Let me just check a few things. Okay. Okay. All right, let's come to comments and questions. I'm going to ring the bell. We got 2 minutes to go. Let me go and refresh Wall Street. We've got 2 minutes to go. Stand by. Okay, we're going to go live to Wall Street in 1.5 minutes. Expect huge amounts of volatility today. A lot of people are going to be completely taken out of the market and possibly never be able to get back in. So be very, very careful if you are buying with leverage or whatever. There's a huge amount of manipulation going on. And you won't want to. You won't want to be able. You don't want to be on the wrong side of it. Right, the bell's about to go. We're about to ring the bell. Let's focus on Wall Street.
About defense. I mean, Lockheed Martin makes 97% of their revenue from the U.S. government. They are basically an arm of the U.S. government. They make exquisite munitions. I mean, amazing things that can knock a missile out of the air when it's coming towards you. But what's the economics of that? I'm going to leave that to my Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These guys are on it and they're thinking about it. But I tell you what,
10,
there's a lot of talking that needs to be had
8,
about how
7,
do we finance
6, 5,
our munitions
4,
acquisitions.
3, 2, 1.
So I got some people talking this morning.
The bell has gone. Let's get ready to rock and roll.
Why are you suddenly saying that Tablet, the great CEO, is going to need money? I mean, David, you actually, if we don't need money,
Here we go. Focus on all our positions. Expect huge volatility. And let's go through our positions. Here we go. Right. So the overall portfolio is very slightly down. We are in the game. We're holding on. The S&P hardly moved. We're not buying at these levels. Absolutely not. We're not adding more. Virgin Galactic is up 0.87. Palantir is down 1.58. Gold is up 0.3 today. Apple slightly down at 0.29. Apple is down 0.35. Enphase Energy is up, my best tip of the year. I still believe this is the right asset to go for. 132, 133. Moving up, $38, 148. There it is. Coca-Cola, now a good time to buy once again. I sold it at the top. Knew this was going to happen. It went down. Now it's good time to buy again. Johnson & Johnson, this is going to $200. Chevron Oil, trading down today. Tesla, going up 0.48. McDonald's, you can never overpay for land. Google, going down, people taking profits. McDonald's, down today. The big story today, of course, is not Meta, it's Nvidia. We are running into the earnings. We're going to cover the earnings tomorrow. It'll be the biggest event we've done all year, I expect. That's tomorrow, and we'll celebrate our 100,000 subscribers after that. Nvidia is up 0.5. Walmart, it popped a little bit. It sold off a little bit more. That's okay. We had a little bit of profit taking yesterday. I am waiting to sell. I've got $10,000 of Walmart. I will be making a profit on that. Tilray popped up this morning, sold off again, but it's still up 10%. It went as high as 18%. It's a total gamble stock. It's total political nonsense. I'd be very, very careful with it if I were you. I wouldn't buy it. Robinhood, down slightly today. Very expensive now, but a great business to own. Rocket Lab up 1%. It's alongside Virgin Galactic. Plug Power, lots of manipulation, lots of Russian interference here, and this is a stock that's all over the place. I wouldn't touch this one either. Bitcoin, 110. So far, it looks like I'm right, but 110 is holding, and we're waiting for an explosion. You'll blink and you'll miss it, and it will go straight to 200,000 so quickly you won't believe it. I am all in. XRP, also holding. Ethereum, going up. That's why I bought more. This is one of my favorites, to go to $12,000. There we go. So my crypto purchases last night, all in. So far, I'm doing well. I bought again at the right time. We shall see if this continues. The overall portfolio is also green, of course, because crypto is on my main portfolio. So it's no surprise that's going up. The overall position now, 200, and this could drop. Let's have a look. No, yeah, 277, 278. You can see it's come down quite a bit since I last refreshed that screen. I haven't refreshed that screen for a few days, so that's why that jumped. Why that dropped so much. Right, let me just refresh my notifications. Come back to crypto and see what's moving. So we've got. We are still out of the money on XRP, we're out of the money on Ethereum, and we're out of the money on Bitcoin. It doesn't matter though whether that's a green or red chart on the left-hand side. What matters is on the right-hand side that we're going to be green. Now we will be. At the moment, I've been buying further and further down, using margin and all the rest of it to be able to buy as much as possible. But we are still down. But these are very, very small dips. I mean, down 4.5% on Bitcoin when you bought it at the top at 120,000 is absolutely nothing. That's like a win to me. But anyway, I've got more and more, and I know where it's going. So there you go. We'll go back to our stories in a second. We've got plenty to share with you today. Now, if you've tuned in wondering why I'm not focusing on my 100,000 subscriber celebration, is because there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and I want to focus on this right now, and then we'll have the party tomorrow. All right, but right now we want to focus on what's important, and that is our positions, because a lot of people are and have been liquidated. And I want to focus on you. This show has always demonstrated it's been providing the facts, the truth, what's best for you. Always has done, always will do. So let's stay on that. All right. So if you've just tuned in, please support us. Consider subscribing to the channel. We've got our big event tomorrow. We've also got an earnings today as well. eHang from Vaz. Vaz is doing that. But we also have the big event tomorrow, which is NVIDIA. That's going to be huge. Right. Let me go to the comments and questions from when I went members only. All right. So August 26, Trump News Media Group, CRO strategy to acquire $6.42 billion for CRO digital asset treasury. Yeah, it's all coming. Cool, says William. September 9th, Robin announcement. Thoughts? I haven't got anything major to say about that. I think it's a non-event. I think they're going to announce the bank. And the bank is great. I'm going to get the bank. My app is ready to go. However, I don't think it will do anything particularly for the stock, because everyone's already bought into it knowing what's coming. The event, I don't think, will actually spike up at all. It's already good. We know Robinhood Bank is coming. To become a member, thank you so much, David Hensley, for always doing a great job. What made you think crypto is going to go parabolic? Because everyone is buying it. I'm not listening to what's going on the noise of YouTube and the noise of X. I am talking to the people that are buying it. And Ethereum is being bought by Robinhood, and the networks are going to build their networks on it. So all the stock market in Dallas and the New York Stock Exchange, all of that I know is going on Ethereum. We've seen it happen with Circle. With Bullish. We're now going to see it on the Gemini IPO, all going over to RLUSD. And Bank of America have been acquiring and using in the background XRP. So these are the reasons why. Do you have any price targets for Bitcoin, low to high, also for Ethereum? My belief is Bitcoin will go to $200,000 by the end of the year. Yes, we're also giving away $1,000 in XRP. If you would like to, if you'd like to win $1,000 in XRP, we're giving it away. So you might like to. Enter our competition. It is free to enter, free for all. We're literally giving away $1,000 in XRP. If you'd like to know about it, let me know. Put yes in the chat, and I'll give you all the information in a moment. Click here to find about the shop. Yes, we're selling out every single thing. To celebrate 100,000, we're giving away. Not giving away. I beg your pardon. We have very limited edition. Mugs. They are only 10 available, 1 to 10. And in each series of 1 to 10, there are 3 mugs. There's a latte mug, sold out. There is a small mug, sold out. A large mug, sold out. These were the 5s. These came out today. 5 out of 10. There's 5 left. And all the 4s sold out, all the 3s sold out, all the 2s sold out, all the 1s sold out. There you go, all sold out. All right. We have 1 left of the picture. Now this is beautiful. I've got this on my wall. I'm going to have it on my wall behind me. It features the silver play button. There it is. There are only 10 in the world. It's a framed, sealed piece of memorabilia. Absolutely beautiful. It's got my logo on it. It's got Sensei's logo on it. And it's got the silver play button there as well. You can see it. And there's 10 out of 10. There's my signature. It's signed by me. And this is something really special. I'm going to have 0 out of 10 on my wall. And you will all have 1 to 10 on your wall. There is only 10. Now, this is number 4. Number 5 sold out today, by the way. This is number 4. This is still here. Remember, there's only 5 left. There is the number 4. I am very confident in the next 10 seconds that will sell out because everything else is sold out. For some reason, you've missed number 4. All right. So it's got number 4 on it. It's also got a QR code, which is blurred out here. But when you get it, you will see what that is. And you will find out what that is. It's a special treat for everyone that supports the channel. All right. Number 4 sold out. It's sold out. It went straight away. It's gone. Number 4's gone. Sorry, folks. Number 4's gone as well. All right. That's it. Number 4 is sold out. Every single thing. Later on today will be number 5. Yep, it's sold out. There's nothing left from the 100,000 celebration. Everything is sold out. The next thing will be on my closing bell this afternoon. There will be a number 5. Only 5 left. There'll be a 5. There'll be a small mug. There'll be a large mug and a latte mug and a framed, signed piece of art to go on the wall. So that's number 6. Number 6 will be out today. That's only 4 left. All right. So join me for the closing bell, and at the precise moment I will announce it. Number 6 will sell out. It will sell out in the first minute. Every single one does. So make sure that you are in for that. All right. Well, now we're still up. We're holding our positions up. We got more news. We are virtually in the money now on Ethereum. Now remember, we're staking it as well. We're earning 2.6%, I think it is. So it virtually negates the margin. So it's quite nice, actually. It virtually pays for itself. It's pretty good. In fact, it's excellent. I'm thrilled with that. I wish I could stake Bitcoin and XRP. If I could get 2% on Bitcoin and XRP, I would stake that as well. I wouldn't. Everything would be locked up. Absolutely right. But there you go. So Ethereum is nearly in the money, and we're moving up. So I'm very, very happy with that. My overall position is obviously up as well. Now I'm also trying to free up some Walmart $10,000. It's going up now. It's going down. Now then, I can buy more if I want to. I'm very tempted to buy more. It's oversold. Walmart is now oversold. Let me go over and have a look at Walmart. Walmart is dramatically oversold. Let me show you the position. So I have got 100 shares. I'm down 1.57. It is oversold. Now, the lowest price I paid for this, what is the margin requirements on this? 25. Yeah, thought so. Walmart, I'm sorry, I'm struggling here. Don't know why. There we go. I last bought at 96.86. We're now at 96. It's $1, virtually $1 off. This is nice. I'm going to buy some more Walmart. I'm going to buy I'm going to buy 50 shares. Got to be quick on this one. Yeah, I bought, I normally do a limit order, but I bought quick because it was starting to go up. I bought 50 shares. There we go. I've now got 150. The average has dropped to 1. There you go. Okay, so there you go. I bought some Walmart. It's oversold. In my opinion. Now let me look to see when Walmart's dividends, because I might be able to collect the dividends and be able to sell it for a profit as well, which would be extra nice. If you just tuned in, please tap the like button and consider subscribing. We're not focusing on getting to 100,000 subscribers. We are focusing on what's important, my members first, because we've got huge manipulation going on everywhere, and we want to focus. We want to focus on you. We'll come back to my and your celebration later. This is not the time to do it. Trust me on this. Wait and you'll understand. So let me look at Walmart a second. I think it's a way off. I don't think I'm going to get the dividend for Walmart. That's not why I bought it. But I'm going to have a quick look. I don't think it's that impressive anyway. So... 15th of August. No, I've missed it. 15th of August was the ex-dividend day. It pays in September. So I've missed that. But we have December, ex-dividend date. December, August, 4 months away. Yeah, it's just literally passed. We've got 3 months to go. And it's 23 cents. It's actually not that too bad. I might even be holding it all that period. It might happen I hold it. Let's have a look at what the percentage is. The dividend is... Yeah, it's 36 times earnings now. It's dropped. It's normally 45. Yeah, 0.92 dividend yield. Yes, it's not a massive dividend, but it's okay. It's not about the dividend anyway. There we go. We're going to hold on to that. We need stability in our portfolio, so we bought more on Walmart. Okay, so I'll scrub that. The dividend is 3 months away, and we'll revisit that as we get nearer the time. Has everybody tapped the subscribe button? That would be awesome. Thank you so much indeed. Let's go through. Just want to say thank you for being you. Name the one. Thank you ever so much, mate. Thank you, David, for what you're doing. If you never invested margin before, would you think now is a good time to jump in? Well, I don't know what your position is. I don't know your understanding of margin. I mean, you can see what I'm doing. But that doesn't mean you should follow me, but I can't give financial advice. I can't tell you what to do. I can't say if it's a good time for you. You can see that I'm doing it, but I'm doing it for good reason, right? And I know what I'm doing. I don't know if you do. So I got to be careful. I am diversified holder in crypto, and I agree it will go up, but is there something in particular that makes you think crypto will move parabolically? Yes, I do, because I think what's happening is with all the manipulation and all the risk that, and I'm going to cover this in detail in a moment, all the risk that and the focus that Michael Saylor from Strategy is putting on it, it's designed for this to go down and then explode. I think institutions, governments, everyone is repositioning to get themselves a very, very, very quick return. And I'm not saying they're going to sell it either, but I do expect to see it go up very quickly. And I do not want to miss that. I'd rather be in and it goes down 10-20% than to miss it. So yeah, I absolutely want to be ready for this. I do think it's going to be a virtual parabolic. Yeah, I really do. I wouldn't do it otherwise, would I? I need more screens. Trading day. Got to leave you soon. Sorry, Ulysses. Okay, mate. Couldn't we see a natural 20-40% retracement on crypto at large? I have 25% of my investable waiting for such a move, which I would consider expected. So you're waiting. I don't believe in waiting for markets. People that wait forever always, in my opinion, I mean, you have patience, but know when, recognize when it's about to go. Sitting on the sidelines and getting too bearish, too conservative, I think you can end up losing there. Besides yen carry trade, what else could possibly bring crypto down? I think we've got the drop on crypto. Remember, it's only a bit, but we are getting diminishing returns now on Bitcoin, and Bitcoin does lead the market. It doesn't drop like the way it used to. I mean, if you look at Bitcoin right now, and you zoom out, it looks like the S&P 500. Look at it. I mean, it's starting to mature. Its drops are getting less each time. And people talk about the 4-year cycle. I don't think that applies anymore. How can it apply when everything has changed in the space? How can it apply when everything is changed in the space with ETFs and regulation and government approval? You can't say it's the same as it's always been. And that's the very point of it. You wanted legislation. You wanted regulation. You wanted all this to be done, and now it's done. You still talk about the 4-year cycle. To me, that's absurd. That makes no difference. Did you see the question about Robin Hood? No, just please repeat it. 100,000. Let's go. Thank you, Saab. But we are focusing on you right now and what's important with crypto. All the manipulation. We'll celebrate 100,000 later, and that will come tomorrow. Any good alternatives for VU? Can't get my broker over here in Germany. Well, essentially, I don't know what's on your brokerage in Germany, but essentially, I would say just use Google and search what is the equivalent on your exchange. Essentially, what you're looking for is the 500 best companies in America, which is 507 actually, that are in VU, and or SPY. That's the two most famous ones. As long as the allocation's the same, I buy VU because I don't want equal weight. I do by market cap. Market cap is the way I go. The pure S&P 500 is by market cap, which is what VU and SPY are based upon. So, focus on that. But I don't know what's on your brokerage. I don't know what's in Germany. I can't know, I'm afraid. But you can do your own research, because if you look in your brokerage, there will be something that tracks the S&P 500. There will be others. It'll tell you in the prospectuses. But just compare them. You can go on the website of S&P 500 Standard & Poor's, and you can see what the allocation is, and you can see which ones compare similarly, and you can work it out yourself. But I don't know which one it is because I don't have access to or see your brokerage. Very excited day. Yes, we're just getting ready. Congratulations, Martyn. Shared this live on X. Which do you prefer, Bitcoin or IBIT? On right now, I've got a video coming out explaining all of this, whether it's best to buy the coin or the ETF. And I'll give you a spoiler alert. You need a bit of both, actually. And I've done extensive research in this, which is best, the coin or the ETF. And I've got a video coming out on it shortly. And a little bit of a spoiler, you need a bit of both. But if you're not worried about if you care about tax and you want to buy it on your IRA, there is only one answer, and that is right now the ETF, because you can buy it on your IRA tax-free. So your Bitcoin gains, if you like, will be tax-free. However, there is a slight fee to that, but I will break all that down soon. A bit of both is probably the way to go, because you can buy over the weekend when you can, but that will change as well. So that's all changing. Anyway, I don't use leverage. I just buy spot. We're investors here, not gamblers. Yes, I don't do leverage trading. I only use margin on Robinhood. So I don't do all this 10x, 100x stuff. Absolutely not. In fact, when you use Robinhood on margin to buy crypto, you're not actually using margin to buy it. You're using withdrawed funds. That's how it actually works. More details about that in that video that's coming up. You've been knocked down and you get up again. Always, 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 said Zach. Matt Miller, good morning. Okay, bad boys. Good morning, Martyn and the Lucas family. Good morning, Sandra John. Happy to be here. Good morning, happy Tuesday. Prices are cheap for crypto today. Well, they're not cheap. They're just lower than they were. Tomorrow is a good day for a party. What's a good stock to use? Margin. Well, my advice, and I can't give advice, is I only use margin on an ETF, on VU. I wouldn't use it on single stocks. Now, I am doing it right now, but I don't recommend it. You shouldn't do it. I only on ETFs. But again, this is not me telling you what to do. Buy S&P is bullish. Okay, I have a question about Robinhood. I had 871 shares of GTI and they just reverse split. Now I have 14 shares at 4. Is this good? Okay. So, you had a reverse split. Now, let me explain what happens. You just said to me you had 871 shares and you now have 14 shares. Is this good? So, bad boys, I'm going to answer this for you. You're a member, so I'm going to explain this in detail. All right, so listen up. If my business is worth $100, if you want to buy my YouTube business and you say it earns $100 a year, it's worth $100. That's how you price it. Now you can do forward projections. You can say, okay, I'll pay $300 because will allow 3 years and you are growing. So you're growing by 20% a year or whatever. So we can say we'll pay $300, but it's currently worth $100. But you'll buy a future price because my business is growing and I'm guaranteed pretty much to earn at least what I earned this year, next year. So you're going to get that growth. So you might pay $300, but let's value the business for what it is today at $100. And I sell you a share and I say there are 100 shares, $1 each. You buy all the shares, you've got the whole of my business for $100. You got 100 shares at $1 each. Let's say for argument's sake, I say there's only one share available and that one share is $100. You've still got the whole of my business worth $100. It makes no difference whether there are one share or 100 shares, the valuation is still the same. However, if I change the valuation, if I said one share was $100 or 100 shares is $2 each share, it's skewed. The business is now worth 200. You're overpaying. All right. So what is a forward split and a reverse split? A forward split is when the stock price gets so high, it gets so expensive to attract contract options traders. Remember, an options is 100 shares in one contract. It gets too expensive for a lot of people. They can't afford it. So they do what's called a forward split. They offer more shares. So you might have had 100 before, but now you have 200 because now each share isn't worth 100, each share is worth 50. The valuation of the business is exactly the same. They're just more shares. So you haven't won, you haven't lost. A forward split is a good thing. It's when a business is growing and they want to make it more attractive to retail investors, so it appears cheaper. It's not cheaper, it just appears cheaper. It's the same valuation. However, it does allow more options traders to get in, so there are more trades, it makes more money, and it's potentially a good thing when you are going up with a forward split. A forward split is very often a good thing. It's a business that's growing. However, a reverse split is the opposite. It's when a company is failing. It's when a company is going down. Nobody wants to do a reverse split. It's a negative. It means you are trying to comply with SEC regulations. Maybe you have dropped below $1 and you've fallen out of compliance. So you do a reverse split. So you offer less shares, but the shares are worth the same. They're worth more individually, but your allocation is the same. Okay, so you had the same amount invested before as you do afterwards. A reverse split is a negative. A lot of companies never survive reverse splits. The odds are, I think it's around about 80% of companies that go into reverse splits often fail and they don't survive. Not all. Virgin Galactic had a reverse split. It's still here. Maybe it will fail. Who knows? But we expect it to do well and go to $100. So a reverse split is a bad thing, but you haven't lost any money or gained any money. You haven't got less shares or more shares. On paper, you have more or less shares, but what matters is how much you have invested. You haven't changed that, and your position and your power hasn't changed. It's just a negative sentiment when a stock reverse splits. Very often, a stock that's going to reverse split will sell off going into it, so there'll be a discount because people will see it as a bad sentiment, so it can then bounce back up again. But it can be a negative going into it when it's announced that we're going to have a reverse split. It doesn't just happen by a surprise. So the answer to your question, bad boys, is I had 871 shares of GTI. They reverse split yesterday. I now have 14 shares. Is this good? It doesn't change how much you have, how much you're invested, but it's a negative for the stock. It might go up, however, because it went down into the news because people knew of the news. All right? Hope that makes sense. How to enter? Yes. People are asking about my People are asking about the giveaway, the XRP giveaway. There you go. I bought Walmart. Was I right? Yes, it'll be another winning trade. Absolutely right. I just bought some more shares of Walmart. I bought them at 96.06. 96.06. We are now back to the 96 just about. So it went a bit lower. It got low as 95. Doesn't matter to me. All I'm focusing on is where it's going, not where it's been. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. It was the right thing to do. But now I will have a greater position when it does go to 108, which it will do. There is no question in my mind about it. Was I right to buy crypto last night with leverage? Yes, I was. It's gone up. I believe that 110 will be the bottom for Bitcoin. But I want to stress, I'm not telling you to buy this. 110 is where I think is the bottom. However, I can afford it to go down 20%. And I would rather be in believing it could go 20% lower, which I do, than miss out on a parabolic uptrend when it starts. Because when it goes up, it'll go up 100%. So I'm not bothered about it being down 10% or 20% from here. All right, I want to be absolutely clear about that. And I want to be absolutely clear, I'm not suggesting anyone do what I am doing. I am, working throughout the night. I'm up all day. I'm on it. Very different strategy than most people, virtually everybody. So if you've just tuned in, please do click subscribe and ring the bell. We are celebrating our 100,000 subscribers when all the crypto is settled down, because we're going to have a whole party planned. I'm not even talking about it. I'm focused on you and what's right for investing, because no one is here to just celebrate with me and have fireworks and sing songs and drink whiskey. You're here to make money. You follow this channel. You are members of this channel to win. I always win. You always win. My members always win. We will celebrate at the right time. This is not the right time. The focus has always been and always will be on you and what is right for this channel and what is right for you. So, let me come back to my next question. Oh, you wanted to know how to enter the giveaway. All right, we're giving away $1,000 plus many more prizes. How do you enter? People are trying to discredit me and say it's not real. They're trying to say it's a scam, it's fake. It's not. They're all going to miss out. It is real. It is genuine. It is really happening. It's being done on an official website, which big channels like Mr. Beast use. This is the proper way to do a fundraiser. It's free to enter. It's free for all. Anyone can win. It's easy. It just involves engagement. So let me give you the link on how you enter. Here in the chat, excuse me, here in the chat comes the giveaway. $1,000 XRP giveaway. Right? There it is in the chat. XRP $1,000 giveaway. It's in the chat for you right now. I've pinned it to the top. I'll post it a couple more times. Now, it's free to enter, free for all. What you do, you simply go on this website, and it says here, the draw will be held September the 15th at 3 p.m. Central. You need to be present to win. The event is posted on the homepage of our channel. So you can go there now and bookmark it so you won't miss it. You can win tickets by doing certain things like watching this video. The link is below. It says you can win with one ticket or increase your chances. The more tickets you get, the more money you can make. Very, very simple. All right. The more chances you have of winning, the more tickets you get. It's kind of obvious, right? All right. Scroll down here and you'll see the video here explaining all about the competition. You also win tickets by simply watching it. All right. Every day you can get a daily bonus. Now you have to sign in to be part of it. How can we email you your prize? How can we tell you? How can we tell you you've won unless you've signed in? We don't collect your information. I wouldn't know how to. I'm not interested in any of that. What we do though is allow you to sign in with either Google, YouTube, Facebook. I think you can use an email, whichever you like. It's just so we can identify you that you are a real person, not a scammer, not a troll, not a bot, and you can win. If we didn't have that, scammers and trolls would try to take $1,000 off me, and we don't want that. We want to give it to one of our regular viewers, people that watch and love the show. Every day there is a daily bonus. You can win every single day by coming back to the site. Here is our latest magic number. The magic number is on a video all about XRP and Gemini. Now, yesterday, I turned down the opportunity to make a lot of money here. Everyone is now being sponsored by Gemini and XR and Ripple to talk about this credit card. I also could have given everybody a referral code and made a flipping fortune yesterday because we had the biggest audience for XRP and everybody wants the card. However, remember, I said to you, I don't take sponsorship from anyone. I don't manipulate anything. I tell you what's right. And I said to you, the best way to invest in XRP is get cash back on a cashback card like Robinhood Gold, get 3% cash back and buy with your own cash and buy on the dip. If you are using a card like this, you could end up getting cash back when it's rallying and it's up. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it. For passive investors who don't care, who are lazy, who don't watch what's going on, great. It's a good commercial for XRP. So I didn't share my referral. I could have done. I could have shared a referral and it was $50 per referral. Imagine how much money I would have made yesterday if I'd given everybody the referral to this. Sensei said you probably lost $5 grand. Right? He's probably right. We have the biggest XRP audience in the world. So, but I didn't, because I don't think it's the best thing. I think it's great for XRP and Ripple to have this exposure, but I think there are better ways for you to get exposure to XRP. Buy it with your cash back on a Robinhood Gold card, and I'm not sponsored by them either. So I'm doing what's right for you. Okay, it's why I'm focusing on this morning and not the 100,000 celebration, which of course we passed. So I want to focus on this right now. So if you watch this video, it tells you there's a number at the beginning, middle, and end, and you can enter the code. Now, once you've tried a couple of times, let's say I go 7777. The answer's wrong. Do that a few times, and we will spam you out. All right. So if you cheat in these things, you might think you've got tickets, but you'll be invalidated. Because if you sit there with an AI robot and you program in a million different codes and eventually you get it right, it doesn't count. It knows you're trying to cheat. This is why if you use a VPN, it doesn't work. If you try and lie about who you are, it doesn't work. You may see the tickets on the screen, but we've invalidated them. The system validates them on the back end. We don't show you how it's done. You can't circumvent our rules. If we showed you how it was done, people would try even harder to manipulate it. So you can win points by reposting. Our latest repost was for the XRP Gemini card. You get points from reposting. Now, you may have already reposted. You may have already subscribed. You may have already followed. You may have already subscribed to my music channel, the main channel. However, you can now come back and claim the tickets. If you cheat and you haven't really done it, it will know you haven't done it and it invalidates it. This is why you have to sign in so we know who you are. We can identify you. So if you try and cheat, you will invalidate it. So once again, our giveaway for $1,000, free to enter, free for all. Here is the link in the chat, and anyone can win our giveaway. Now, what is the chances of you winning? It's extremely high. Because why? Because most people are lazy. Let me show you. How many people have entered? Well, it was 703 when I last refreshed, which was last night. If I refresh the screen now, how many people have entered out of 100,000? How many people have entered? 705. That's it. That's all the people that have entered. 705. These are the invalid actions. Out of 10,500, only 700 have tried to cheat. This is probably 2 or 3 people, and we know who they are. Don't know why they bother. They get invalidated. They will not win. So don't try and cheat. Now, how many people have done everything? Top users. How many people have done everything? Well, the most tickets you can get is 7,333. 2 people. Those 2 people are Renee Zanon and James Spencer. At this precise moment, they are the only 2 people. David Hensley is in 3rd. Zach Zay is in 4th. You can see it just there. All right. These are the people. So only a couple of people have done everything. So the chances of winning are very, very good. All right. So if you're not a lazy person and you just want to get involved, then you've got a very good chance of winning. Now, in addition to all that, we also want to go further and thank the people that have helped us become 100,000 subscribers. We want to help people that have been part of it. So we're also rewarding many other people. And this is how you get this. So here is my X and Instagram in the chat. If you go to X or Instagram, every time you repost, every time you like and comment, we are counting and measuring you, right? We can see who you are and we can reward you. And on the day when we do our giveaway and when we do our 100,000 celebration, we're going to be giving away cash cards. We're going to be giving prizes away all over the place. Lots of people are going to get stuff, and we're thanking all of those that actually took part in building this channel to becoming the most honest, real life channel in the world. That's what our aim is. That's what my legacy is when I pass this show on eventually to Sensei in the future. All right, so we can see, look, we can see who's reposting. We can see who's following. We can see who's reposting stuff, liking, new followers. We can measure it all. Zoomy just followed me. Again, if you are a scammer, a troll, a bot, we know it won't measure you. You're wasting your time. All right? So there you go. That is about our giveaway. All right? So I hope that answers your question, William. Martin, do you think it's a good time to enter in XXRP instead of XRP? I've got to be honest, Stephen, I am not focused on that. I don't know anything about that. I've got to be honest, it's not my field of expertise. Join Sensei in the morning and see what Sensei has to say about that. That is not my field of expertise, I have to be honest. Please consider subscribing, folks, and be part of our show and be part of our 100,000. We are going to celebrate tomorrow. We're also going to do our NVIDIA earnings and an eHang earnings as well. That's coming up very shortly. Let me go for all the comments and questions. I want to do that now. Woods, thank you. It's like a Bitcoin. I'm not. Oh my gosh! Look at this. The second biggest super chat you can get in history. Oh my gosh. We have just had the second biggest super chat you can have in history. Look at this. It's just come through. The second biggest super chat you can have in history. What's going on here? Hang on, bear with me. That's bloody odd. Please bear with me. We've got a lot of stuff going on here at the moment that I'm dealing with. Here we go. Hang on a minute. Look at this.
Adgo Falling Knife donated $199.99 through a super chat. Thanks for the advice on my covered calls yesterday. Pumped to see you open a position in $BMNR and getting Tom Lee for us today. Would you consider joining the DGen army at $Open?
Thanks for the advice on my... What's going on here? There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, folks, you would not believe. Thanks for the advice on my covered calls yesterday. Pumped to see you open. Pumped to see you open a position in BMNR and getting Tom Lee for us today. Would you consider joining the Dijon army at Open? Premiums are nice and would be hilarious if retail wins. Okay. Okay. In a couple of days' time, folks. In a couple of days' time, all of this will make sense. My members, investors are all watching and listening and waiting for full explanation in 2 days' time. Just stand by.
Adgo Falling Knife donated $199.99 through a super chat. Thanks for the advice on my covered calls yesterday. Pumped to see you open a position in $BMNR and getting Tom Lee for us today. Would you consider joining the DGen army at Open?
Now, do not give advice on covered calls. Tom Lee is not on my show today. I have not got a position in BitMine. So I shall leave that there. Thank you very much for the $200 super chat. Let's carry on with these questions. Never use options for leverage. Never will. Enjoy the 100,000, but thanks for taking care of us. Oh, absolutely, always. I believe I got the last 100,000 subscriber mug. Sensei said there was only one left, and I jumped on there and I ordered it, saying it went through on my credit card. Well, hey, oh, the 100,000. Oh, is it? Yep, it's all. They're all gone. Yeah, number 5 will be out later today. As soon as XRP pays out, I'll be diversifying for a stable portfolio like I've demonstrated time and time again. Walmart. Yes, I bought the dip this morning. Was it you yesterday who said it was going to go down lower? You were right. I was wrong, but I did buy it when it went lower. Walmart is a buy. Yes, I agree. Great idea, just terrible time. What's a terrible time? Stocks are dumping, crypto is holding. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. There's my overall portfolio. My S&P is strong. My crypto is strong as well. I don't know what you mean by that. Even the, even the S&P. I mean, look, it's not, you can't really hide it. I mean, there's the S&P 500. I have no idea why you're saying stocks are dumping, crypto is pumping, is holding. Good to see the bag holders are still a thing, though. I believe Walmart will test 94. It's going over 100, but it's a good test downward first, only in my opinion. I just think you're missing much greater gains by holding out and being worried about the drops. You see, this is the thing. I'm an investor. I buy a great business. I'm not focused on whether people want to sell it or not. I'm focusing on owning it. That's the very difference. Now, in this case, it will be a trade for me, not a hold, even though I hold it in the S&P, of course. But if you're focusing on how low it can go and all this kind of stuff, you're missing the point. I really do. You're focusing on price action. You're focusing what people are trading with it. You're not focusing on the actual business. And that is what I'm focusing on, the actual business itself. And it's oversold. I don't care what the price is. Says staking fee of 25% starting October the 1st. Says staking fee. For what? What is the point if there's a 25% fee? Says staking of no. There's a 25% fee on I need to get this correct. When I read the small print of this, I was like, I first thought, hello, what's that? There is a fee for Robinhood, correct, which starts in October. You're correct. However, if you read the small print, by the time you have the stake and the fee, you're still making you're still gaining a good profit by doing that. Yes, there is a fee, but you're still going to you're being charged a fee on the stake. That's all. The stake is going up, and it won't go up as much as 25%. But the point is, you're still going to make money by staking it, even with the fee. It's like saying you don't want to sell because you pay tax. Remember, I've always said if you earn $1 million, if you pay tax at $1 million, it means you've earned $4 million. Don't be put off by the fact you're paying a fee. Do you know how many fees there are in Berkshire Hathaway? Do you know how much money Berkshire get out of when you own their stock? You still own their stock. It's the greatest stock in the world. So at the end of the day, it's expensive and there are some fees involved, but it's still a blue chip idea, in my opinion. Look at the S&P going up now. Wow, that's the S&P, folks. That's not my overall portfolio. That's the S&P. That's my overall portfolio. And that is my crypto. It could go parabolic. I'm not expecting it today, by the way. I believe Walmart. I don't agree with that. As I've explained that one. Still buying more XRP. Will be cheap from October. Is Meta going to 722 before it goes back up? I don't know. I'm focusing on Meta going to $1,000. I don't really care about where it goes in between. Margins in untrained hands can be devastating. You can't lose everything even when you're right. You can lose everything even when you're right. Yes. Margin is no different than a car or a gun. If you don't know how to handle a gun, you shoot yourself. If you don't know how to drive a car, you crash it into a wall. Absolutely. Songs for space. I think I may have misread. Looks like you are correct. Saw a chart today that shows crypto is in an 8-year oversold mark, possibly 217 bull run incoming. I do believe we've got. I do believe we do have a parabolic run. I am literally investing with that very thought in mind. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I handed 871 shares, especially of GTI at 17 cents on Robinhood. I just want to do a couple of things here. There's so much going on, folks. You've no idea of the things that are going on at the moment. Okay, please do tap subscribe and like. It really helps the channel. Our crypto is moving quickly. There's a lot more stories I want to share with you, and we're going to get prepared for our eHang earnings, and we've also got the Nvidia earnings as well. So I had 871 shares. And this morning I did a reverse, but I have, I've already answered that. Your banner needs to reflect you now buy and sell Coke and Walmart. Facts, Peter. I never risk margin selling. I'm a scaredy cat. I just buy when it's bearish and when it's bullet, and sell when it's bullish. Taking profits along the way, safer for me. There's nothing wrong with that. Hold, says Martin. Good morning, family. Thank you, Martin, for answering my question. Always, Robinhood is a blessing. Thanks. It is. It is. You have a privilege to be able to invest on the stock market. Absolutely right. Let's look at my Walmart now. See if I can trade this yet. Not yet. Martin, what do you think about it? I think I've already answered that one. Thanks, Martin. That point's been in the right direction. Good. Thank you. Martin, sorry, not sorry. Martin, sorry, not sorry. Sold all my XRP to put it in S&P 500. Tired of Brad Garlinghouse. Gained more on IRA in the same amount of time than my hopes on XRP. I also bought into Coca-Cola. Nothing wrong with that. Of course, that's really the best thing you can do, to be perfectly honest. That's why the majority of my portfolio is in the S&P anyway. I want to be absolutely clear. For most people, the right thing is just to own the S&P. I want to be absolutely clear on that. 70% of my portfolio is in the S&P. All right. So there's no confusion there. All right. There's no confusion. That is the right thing for most people. All the rest of it is very, very difficult. And if you don't have any losses, you can make more money by owning the S&P and forget everything else. However, if you get it right, you can make a lot more money, as I'm proving to you. All right, but nothing wrong with your strategy at all. That's basically what I do 99% of the time. Okay, thank you for explaining that. You're welcome. Question: an IRA, what ETF would you buy when buying Ethereum? Well, this is the one I've got. I'll show you on the screen. I won't just tell you what I think you should do. I'm telling you what I have done. There it is. ETHA. It's BlackRock's ETF for Ethereum because they actually own Ethereum. And it's the only asset I've ever bought in history that has never seen a microsecond of red, ever. I bought it when I had that really top tip a few weeks ago, and I told you live on X, live on the show, that I got information directly from Bank of America and Robinhood. They were going all in a few moments on Ethereum, and they were, and it did, and I bought Ethereum, and I never, ever, ever saw a single second of red. You know, when you buy something, very often a minute later it's down, or an hour later it's down, or a week later it's down. Not for 1 second have I ever been red on ETHA. And it's not because the fund is amazing, it's just Ethereum, right? But it's because I bought it at the precise within a minute of the right time. And it's never gone down since. Now, that doesn't mean it won't. It's up 23% right now. Of course, it could do all sorts of things, but right now, that is where we stand. Yeah, looking very, very nice. So that's my answer. All right. Meant to say bought into Coca-Cola as well. That's a very good investment, I believe, at this price. Not financial advice, but I do believe it is. Interesting. Damn. Several Schwab mutual funds recently had forward splits. My kids gained more shares. It made them happy. Well, they didn't gain any shares, but, well, yes, they gained more shares. But like I say, one at $100 or 100 at one is the same thing. Not financial advice, but yeah, you might not want to keep buying the dip on that one. What's that? You're talking about Walmart. Martyn, what do you think is the XRP bottom? That's a very good question. I don't know what the bottom is in XRP. Nobody does. But I'm happy to own it at $3.03 is my average now. I bought it at $3.30, remember? But now my average, if I show you on the screen, is $3.03. I've been selling it down, and I'm also trimming with tax lots when it goes up as well. Be under no illusion, I will be trimming when these things go up. I want to be absolutely clear that I will be trimming when it all goes up. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And again, Sensei will focus on the charts. I focus on the actual value and being and finding a way to acquire more. That's my job. My job is to acquire more. That's what I'm focusing on doing, acquiring more, not focusing on the price. The price action is not really of any interest to me. I've got to be honest. All right. Anyway. Focus on us. So nice, Mike. Absolutely. This channel has always been, always will be about you, not my personal celebration, which of course is your celebration. But right now, the big story is in crypto. You're on fire, says Walker Wonders Why. Thank you so much indeed. The crux of it is the BT test only 110 or 107. Then the all-time high will sub 140. It needs to test 100 to get all-time high over 150. Hopefully, I mean, you're being very precise there. I don't see any of that, any evidence to support that. You're just looking at charts, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm looking at a much bigger picture. Who's buying it? Many congratulations on the 100,000 sub. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Right. We will celebrate that at the right time. Right now, I need to focus on you. Right there, what Martyn just said is why I love him to the moon and back. This man is very honest. That's very nice. Leah is very lucky woman to be married to him. Thank you, Sandra. You should tell Leah that. I'm 700 of those. I'm 700 of those. 700 of those? What? I missed what that's about. Dang, I must have missed a 500 ticket opportunity. Seth Houston. Yes, they do get taken away sometimes. I was away for 2 weeks and I missed out on points. Yes, it does happen. Dang, actually, I missed 1,000 ticket opportunities. How did I miss that? Well, there was one yesterday for about 8 hours. It was there for 8 hours. So I put it on my social media. I always put it on X. I always tell everybody about it. It's all good. There's still plenty of opportunities, absolutely. And there'll be more as we approach the deadline as well. So stay focused. Stay focused. That's what this show's about today. Not celebrating the $1,000, the 100,000 subscribers. We got too much to focus on in the manipulation of crypto going into Nvidia. All right. That's life. That's what people say. Pick yourself up and get back to it. I missed some myself. Holy moly. Money. Nice one. Yeah, you all saw the big super chat. Super cool. Now you can afford to get that coffee. Wow. What's weird, though, is I've checked it multiple times a day, but stuff goes by part fast. I suppose it does. I always put it on social media. That's what you got to check. Anyway, MSK still holds the title for the largest super chat. Yes, he does. That is correct. He does, the 500. Very cool. Weird. Yes, what is BMNR? You all know. You'll all find out in a couple of days what's been going on. Sounds like the wrong chat. Martin, okay. I'm seriously confused. All of my members know what's going on. Those that are new to the show will have your answers in 2 days. You'll all have your answers. All this manipulation is going on in the market, social media, every which way you look. I'm trying to tell everybody, I keep telling everybody, I'm the only one on YouTube that is turning down huge amounts of money to promote Gemini at the moment, XRP. Everyone's doing it. Multi-millionaires are doing it. Me, Kevin's doing it. Graham Stepan's doing it. Andre Jick's doing it. They're all doing it. I'm not. The only one. So Martin bought BMNR. No, Martin has a secret life. Yeah, people are working it out. People are going, a minute. I see. Martin will put us straight in a couple of days. Yeah. There's only one winner here, and that is the Lucasades. You always win. We always win. All the manipulation doesn't. Stacy, hello. Can't be beaten unless someone does a 500 super chat with a more valuable currency than 500. Well, you can be beaten. Someone would need to do 2 500s back to back. Then they would become the super chat king of all time. Yes, the biggest super chat ever on our channel was £500 by MSK. The only way you can beat it is by doing 2 $500 super chats. That's the only way it can ever be beaten. And we have 2 whales watch our show that pay $500 a month to be members. They are our platinum members. So there are some people here with some very serious money who could do it, but it hasn't been done yet. It's a record that has stood now for about 4, 5, 6 months, something like that. Things are going to get crazy in the price action. They are. Yes, you're suddenly going to see Bitcoin and XRP explode. I'm ready for it. I'm prepared for it. I'm expecting it. I've invested in it. I've gone all in with margin. I mean, you can't be much more in than I am in. All right? It's impossible. Every bit of cash, every bit of bank, every bit of margin, I'm fully in with Ethereum, XRP, and Bitcoin and the ETFs. It's all about to go parabolic. All right? That is my thoughts on all of this. MSK, yes, he's the king at the moment. Will anyone ever beat him? I don't know. He's like, I have no idea what this guy is talking about, officer. Oh, I do. I know exactly what's going on. I know exactly what's going on. This is a scam, it looks like. Well, then, that's really weird. MSK, wow, hedge fund bots paying 200. What is a bot? The old case of the wrong guy super chat. It's not that. You'll all make sense. Just stand by. Another couple of days. Hello, everybody. Must be another Martyn Lucas. Yep, it's the other Martyn Lucas. Yep. Might be. Go falling knife. Why would I give myself a $200 super chat and pay commission to YouTube? Think about that. Stacy, and why would I mention I've just bought BMR? And why would I say I've got Tom Lee on the show when you're all watching the show going, I don't see Tom Lee on the show. Win XRP, $1,000 giveaway. To become a member, click here. Hi, Stephen. Told you Rocket Lab was going up again. I stand corrected. Very excited for this XRP and other alts to explode. This will be a very nice rotation into other assets to buy with conviction. IREN earnings coming up, all data centers. Yes, if you are a member and you do a $5 super chat, you can get that covered. My phone acted up, needed to reboot. Super cool. Here he is, Zach. We are already raising money for you on the show. We are already making money for you. Remember I promised you, Zach, I promised you 4 years ago, if you were a member of our channel and you stayed with us, we would raise you money. Remember I said that? I made that promise all those years ago. Well, here is the event. I promised we would do it. There's the event. It's live in 2 days' time. And we've already raised money. It's already happening. Look here. Look at this. David Hensley donated $5. JJ 8-Ball donated $5. Ninja Cowboy donated $5. So we have set up an event here. And have you noticed the super chats are different? They are in YouTube gray. Can you see that? That is because there is no taxes. No credit card fees. It doesn't go to me. It doesn't go to Sensei. It doesn't go to the channel. It goes directly to Global Giving Foundation, which is partnered with Zach, Development Alert Uganda. 100% of the money. And every $5 gives a child everything they need for education for a whole year. Isn't that amazing in Africa? Isn't that amazing? And that is what's happening. This event is directly linked. Now, this isn't some scam or some joke. Look, it's linked with YouTube. Fundraiser. Can you see that there? Look, Fundraiser. It goes directly to the charity. We have no control over that. It does not come to us. It is a real charity event, and this is a real thing, and it's great. Yep, and we're already making money for the charity. Look at that. Can you see that? Donate now. Look, it's partnered with YouTube. If you click Global Giving, you see this? We have no control. It's directly to with YouTube going directly. You can click donate, look, and you can donate straight to the charity. Development Alert. Look at that. Your support transforms lives. Make sure you show your name alongside my donation. If you don't put your name, there are others that have donated where it hasn't shown their name. You have to put your name, otherwise you won't be recognized. But this is a real thing. And there you go. Amazing. $41 raised so far. Right? That's 8 children have all the tools they need for education for a whole year. 8. We're providing clean water. We're providing education. This is a real thing. It's absolutely incredible. That goes live in a couple of days' time. Pretty cool, right? This is part of what we're doing to celebrate 100,000 subscribers. This is all part of the whole thing. There's a lot going on. I think you all agree. All right, so stand by for all of that. Now then, my portfolio is rallying, up nearly $1,000. Am I surprised? Absolutely not. Is this what I budgeted for? Absolutely. My crypto is going up. I couldn't be more bullish. We're now at 2779. Let's see where it goes. 2782. Yep, it's moving up. I think the highest we got to is 280. But remember now, I've got a lot more invested in crypto, a lot more invested in the S&P, a lot more invested in everything within huge amounts of margin. So we are going to get, we're going to go straight to 300,000 when this starts. And it could start at any moment. I don't know when. I don't need to know when, but I know it'll happen. So we stand by. Here comes 10:30 rally. Morning family, aerospace, defense kicking ass. Yes. Afternoon all still in Lulu. Good for you. Congratulations. Thank you, Martin. Fantastic. You are very welcome. In 5 years, where could you see the S&P sitting price? In 5 years, well, it doubles every 7, but by the end of the decade, it will double because we've got extra growth with AI at the moment. So, yeah, I believe that the S&P, by the end of the decade, which is 5 years, will double where we are today. Small caps flying, have a good day too. Small caps are going up because of the rate cuts, but I wouldn't be chasing them. I wouldn't be buying them. Absolutely not. If you can, click subscribe, ring the bell. We're now going to 1 million subscribers. People thought I would slow down, stop, get frustrated. Many people do. Many people at 100,000 just give up. I'm now taking the channel to 1 million subscribers, and we're going to be the biggest, best, most live channel in the world. Better than Mr. Beast. Stock splits, lower stock price. Lower stock price increases volatility and attract new investors. Stock splits absolutely drive US stock price. No, not always. The underlying business is failing. That's why it's done it. Thank you. And I have an allocation goal for XRP, and I only have certain lump sum left to throw into it. So I'm trying to time it best. Be careful, Seth, trying to time it too much and miss out. Think about it. Why are you buying XRP? Because you believe, I'm assuming, it can 3, 4, 5x. You never buy any crypto that you don't think is going to 3, 4, 5x. Otherwise, you just buy the S&P, right? If you think it's going to make 10%, you'd buy the S&P without the drama and the risk and the potential of it going to zero. Obviously, you'd buy the S&P. So if you are buying an asset which you believe can go 3, 4, 5, 10x, and you know all the good news that's about to happen, and we're down 5%, 10%, and you're waiting for a 5% drop, you're missing the point. Just the same way as I bought Walmart this morning, still going down, doesn't matter. I know where it's going. I don't focus on where it's been or where it might drop to. I focus on where it's going. That is the most important thing. Is the asset undervalued? Is it oversold? Is there upside? Then I'm buying. I'm not trying to time the market. That's where I think a lot of investors go wrong. You should wait. You should have patience, and I do. However, I know when to go. I buy with conviction. I don't buy dips. I buy with conviction. That's why I've gone all in with my crypto. And let me explain again. I am absolutely prepared and expecting to see Bitcoin go down another 10 or 20%. So why am I not waiting? Because I don't know it's going to do that, and I know it's going to go up 100%. I know that. So I could sit and wait for the 5, 10, 15, 20% and miss it, because as it gets near there, it'll explode. Or I can buy it now, sod the 5, 10, 15, 20%, knowing it could go down that low, and when it does, okay, I missed the bottom. Doesn't matter, I'm in. And it then will explode. I'm looking at the much bigger gain. Again, I'm always focused on the win, not the lose. This is another thing I've always believed in. Focus on the solution, not the problem. If you focus on the problem, you will be the problem. Focus on the solution and you will be the solution. If you think that the asset has legs, potential to grow, and you feel it's undervalued here and oversold, you buy with conviction. Will it be the very bottom? No. Doesn't matter. Do I sell at the very top? No. But do you always win? I do. If you always win and you take away the losses, you're going to do very nicely. You don't have to time the market. Now, I understand it's frustrating when you say, I've only got a small amount of capital, so I want to make sure that I can get the best price. I understand that. But remember, if you only have $1 and it doubles, isn't that better than having $100 or $1,000 and you're waiting for a 5% drop and you miss it and you get nothing? At least you've doubled your money with what you have. So I strongly believe in conviction over buying the dips and knowing what you own. And if you know what you own, and this is why so many people are sat on the sidelines And the whales and the big institutions are playing the games they play, and they're moving the markets around, and they're rinsing people out, and then all of a sudden, boom, it'll go up, and nearly all retail will miss it. And then the retail will start buying on the way up, which then hands it again to the institutions to trim and dump again. And retail will lose again. I'm not going to lose. I'm not going to buy a pump. And that is where I see it going. So, can you bring back the Peaky Blinders hat? Yep, I've got it right here. There you go. Congratulations, Martyn and team. Got my 5 out of 10 mug on its way to Australia. I'm going to have a mug of champagne for the first drink from it. I'm loving it. What a great idea. I look at everything, to be fair, but that's my best guess. All good either way. Just don't forget to take profits. Joby and Vertical is up today. Yes, eHang earnings is today. I've got to prepare for it in a moment. We always win. One day it's no manipulation. Next day manipulation everywhere. Literally just promoted Gemini yesterday. Literally just promoted Gemini yesterday. LOL. No, I didn't. I didn't promote Gemini yesterday. I told people it wasn't the best thing to do. Didn't I? All right. So, yesterday, I could have shared hundreds of referrals and earned myself about $5,000 yesterday just in referrals. I could have taken the money that is being paid out to people like me to promote Gemini. I didn't do either of those things. I lost money to sacrifice doing what was right for you. Uncle Martyn, the daily super chat limit for a single user is 500 apparently, so I can't be beaten. Is it? Is there a limit? No. I'm sure someone could do 500 if they wanted to. I don't think I don't think that's true. I think he's making that up. Yeah, he's making that up. You certainly can do 2 $500 super chats. He's making that up. Bitmine Immersion is a blockchain technology company that has emerged as the world's largest corporate holder of Ethereum. £1. Is Zach okay? Is Zach okay? Yes, Zach is very well, and he's very excited that we're doing his fundraiser. Oh my God, what happened to Zach? LOL. Competition. Nothing happened to Zach. Why is everyone freaking out over Zach? You mean Zach Zeit or? And what do you mean? What happened to Zach? We're doing him a fundraiser live on the show. Yes, you did. Here it comes. Yes, you did. And I'm so happy I stayed. And it's been wonderful seeing the channel grow. Thanks for the great work you've all put in. Lucasades forever. That's right. I made a promise. I always do what I say and say what I do. We always get it done. Martyn, what is a subscriber count? It keeps fluctuating on my end. YouTube is acting weird today. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. You will know in a couple of days' time. I'm focusing on what's important right now, winning on crypto with the manipulation going on. That is what we're focusing on. I will celebrate 100,000 when the time is right. I just set a price alert on everything and don't buy until it alerts. Works flawlessly. I don't like stuff like that. I certainly don't like stop orders. I think they're the worst thing in the world. Martyn, if XRP had a hard dip to 10 cents, would you recommend using a stop loss? If XRP, hang on a minute, if XRP has a hard dip to 10 cents, would you recommend using a stop loss, or is it better to hold and set a buy limit order to average down? Well, listen, I can't tell you what to do, but this is how it works. If you believe in an asset and you believe it's going up and you believe it's oversold and undervalued, then surely when it goes down, if the fundamentals haven't changed, you'd want to buy. If you set a limit, a stop loss to protect you losing money at 10 cents and it goes to 10 cents, that doesn't work. You've already lost your money. If you set a limit order now at where we are on XRP today, because you think it's going to 10 cents and it does, then you've done great. You've protected yourself from going to 10 cents. That's a great idea. But if you're thinking that XRP is going to 10 cents, why would you even be invested in it? So I don't believe in stop losses. They are a fool's way of investing. You're doing it as an insurance plan. And if you set a stop order, there's no point setting it at 2 cents, 10 cents, because you've already lost all your money. That's kind of defeats the object. It's like insuring yourself to a life insurance policy that pays out to everybody after they're all dead as well. I mean, it's kind of pointless. No one gets the benefit. It's kind of pointless. Imagine having life insurance, which goes to your wife, but she only gets paid when she's dead. I mean, it's a pointless thing. Having a stop loss at 10 cents on XRP is pointless. If you have a stop loss at 2.92, 1 cent less than where we are, and then it goes to 10 cents, it was a brilliant idea. Absolutely. But you're basically betting it's going to zero. Well, if you bet it's going to zero, you should just sell it all and not even be in it. You should just not even be in it. There's no sense to even owning anything, is there? But I don't believe in stop losses, because when you put a stop loss, you are putting it at a point based upon what the chart says, which is what everybody else is reading. So everybody else is all doing the same thing. So everyone goes, I'm going to go slightly higher. I mean, which everybody else does, which means you all end up getting stopped at the same time, and then it bounces and then everyone gets wiped out. So, and then people see that. They see, because you can see where people are setting stop orders, and then they set shorts at that level because everyone's going to be out, and then it shorts and it goes down even further, and then you miss it even more. So I don't do that. I am expecting, and I am all in with all cash, all margin. I could not be more in. I am all in with margin with all my assets, and I'm expecting Bitcoin and XRP to go down. But if it does, I won't get margin called. All right? I'm using it wisely. Look at Ethereum. Ethereum is going bonkers. Ethereum is going bonkers now. XRP's following it. Bitcoin is slow to join in, but it's happening. The money taken out of Bitcoin now is being bought into Ethereum. There it is. That's what I said. Ethereum will outperform. That's what I said. And there it goes. You can see it now. I'm up in the money now, and I was out of the money. Look at that. I'm 90. Look at it go up now. Look at that. And it's all staked as well. Look at that. 19 grand. Bloody hell. 19 grand I've got in Ethereum, and I got the ETF as well. There it goes. There's the story of the day. There you go. All of this crypto is about to go parabolic. And of course, then all retail is going to jump in on it. And that'll be another mistake. Look at that. Overall portfolio is going up. There you go. So, no. I hope that explains all about it.
At the Big Red K9 donated $2 through a super chat. What makes you think Virgin is a stock worth $100?
What makes me think Virgin Galactic is worth $100? Because as long as they can deliver, which they delivered everything they promised so far, then it absolutely will go to $100 because of the fact they've sold all the tickets. The prices are increasing. The demand is increasing. There's now extra partnerships being done. They are expanding the spaceports around the world. They've got the biggest risk to Virgin Galactic was they would go bankrupt and not make it on time. Well, we're like 2 quarters away. Every quarter now they're beating on earnings. We're getting closer and closer to announcing Delta. It's a stock that will explode. The short interest is fading away, which is good. We've already had some mini short squeezes. The short interest is going down. People are going long. Interest rates are coming down. That was another major catalyst for the stock. Everything is primed and set to take it to $100. To do space, going great today. I only bear in a bear market. I haven't bought any since November last year, but since then started coming down, says FN. It was my first cycle. I just donated. Brian, thank you very much indeed. Is there a time to not take profit? Is there a time to not take profits? Is there a time to not take profit? No. Taking profit is always a win. Always a win. But remember why I bought crypto. I bought crypto for one reason and one reason alone. To give away in giveaways. The XRP at least anyway. That's why I've done it. So I've got a different strategy from most people here, right? Didn't know what the fundraiser was. Just heard fundraising for Zach. And we wanted to make sure he was. Oh, I see. No. It's Zach in Uganda. We always promised Zach we'd have a fundraiser. I always do what I say and I say what I do. And we said we would do it for the 100,000 and we're celebrating in lots of ways and all the money goes directly to him. And it's every $5 takes care of a child in Uganda for their full educational needs for a year. Yes, Martin, definitely always does what he says he's going to do. Always. Morning, Martin and everyone. Hello, Martin. How you doing, Eli? Google is one of the largest investors in SpaceX. Thank you for that. When you do ASML, please? ASML. So there are several people who are waiting for reviews. We are about to celebrate our 100,000 subscribers. That is happening tomorrow, if not on Thursday morning. Then we get back to normal business. Then I will, there'll be no more parties. There'll be no more celebrations. Bitcoin's going to explode. I'm going to take a break before, the whole of October. I'm taking a break. I planned all this perfectly. I knew what time this would explode. I knew what time would hit 100,000. I've already booked my holiday. It's happening in October. So as soon as we get the party done in the next 24 hours and XRP or Bitcoin, all of this starts to explode, I can just sit back and relax and do all the reviews. So I know you've had to wait. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm sure you understand, though, why we've had to put it on hold. All right? But there's just so much going on the channel. Sensei. I need Sensei on the phone. I've got urgent here. I'm going to see if Sensei can help me out. Google told me that 500 is the daily limit. Is that right? You could do. Oh yes. I don't know. I've never heard of it, but I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you've looked at it. Do you recommend crypto ETFs? Yes, I do recommend crypto ETFs. I have them myself. BlackRock particularly because they own the actual assets. Thank you so much for the great donation. Yeah, it's all coming in now. MSK, the one for the win. MSK, hand waving. Hi, Vanessa. Yes, I think he will be eventually beaten because we have two whales now, two platinum investors that watch the show, pay $500 a month to be watching the show, and I do think it's coming. I do think it's coming. I do think it's coming, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Brian, thank you. Great. Thanks, Martin. Makes sense. I'm glad that helped. Great. Thank you for explaining that to me. You're very welcome. A super chat. What makes you think, yeah, I've explained that one. If this goes your way, you will hit your 1 million goal real soon. Yeah, I think 1 million subscriber will be within 2 years. Yes. CRO is the 34%. Just set a limit order for 101 XRP. Congratulations. Good luck to you. I hope you get, let's get it. Thanks for your wisdom. The Big Red, thank you. I'm not in space anymore, but I have high hopes for everyone still invested based on the earnings. Revved Up Biker just donated $20. You gave 2 people a permanent clean water source. Oh my gosh. You gave 2 people a permanent water source. Thank you so much. Much love from Uganda. This is amazing. This is our fundraiser event. We promised you that when we hit 100,000, everything would change. We're now not quitting. We're now going into season 5. Things are going to accelerate. We're now going to 1 million subscribers. We are going to raise money for our charities. It starts now. It's already happening. We're giving away $1,000 in XRP. XRP in Bitcoin is going to explode and triple and double, depending on which asset you're looking at. The channel is going to explode. We're giving away prizes, and it's just great. I promised this was going to happen. It's happening right in front of your eyes. Pleasure. I dislike when Martyn goes on vacation. Well, I haven't taken a break for 4 years, and it's time. On a lighter note, when are you headed on holiday? We're taking a much-needed break in Hawaii this year. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be relaxing in the house, refurbishing the studio, preparing for season 5. I'm just not going to be online. There'll be no music shows, nothing. I'm rebuilding, cleaning the studio, spending time with Leah. And Sensei will be live every day. Hopefully KC will be live as well. Sensei, Vaz will be live as well. A lot going on. On a lighter note, I've answered that one. Oi, 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 said Saab, said MSK. Congratulations, Martyn. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much indeed. How do you donate for the charity? The best channel on YouTube. That is my aim, to grow the best, most live, most honest, real channel in the world. I turned down thousands and thousands of dollars every day in projects for your protection. I turned down the referrals. I could have done $150 referrals yesterday, as we have the biggest audience for XRP in the world. Yesterday we had like 30,000 watch, and I could have given everybody the Gemini card. Meet Kevin did it. Graham Stepan did it. Andre Jick did it. They take the money and they're all multimillionaires. They'll do anything to make money. I am here to help people. And if it's not the best thing to do, I will tell you it's not the best thing to do, and I won't take money for it. I will not. You cannot buy me. Money, you cannot buy me. All right? So bit by bit, people are realizing that and realizing the difference. Congratulations, Mike. Thank you so much, Mike. There's going to be a moderator party just for moderators, a very special, unique party for the moderators. So please stand by, all moderators. There's going to be there's then going to be a special party for the members. There's going to be a special party for the subscribers. All of these things are coming alongside our big fundraiser. So how do you donate to the charity? Well, let me share with you on the screen. Could everyone click subscribe? We're now racing to 1 million subscribers. All right. Okay. We'll celebrate the 100,000 at the right time, when we're not focusing on this crypto explosion that is and manipulation that is going on. You saw someone today come in and pay me $200 in the chat. Did you all see that? You all saw what happened. There's a lot going on that you don't understand at the moment. I know it's confusing, but you will. You will. I'll always tell you what's going on. It just takes time sometimes. This is our giveaway. It goes live in a couple of days' time. It's part of the 100,000 celebration. This is it. There you go. People, I promised you that my channel would link to charity. I said I would do it, and I'm doing it. This is literally happening live right now. We have already raised $78. No money to me. No money to Sensei, no money to the channel, no money in tax, no credit card fees, 0 to YouTube, 0 to Google, 100% to Development Alert Uganda. There's never been a fundraiser as good as this. There can't be. There are no fees, there are no costs, there are no taxes. It's happening live. We've done it, registered it through YouTube. I told you we would do these fundraisers, and they are happening. There it is. So we're doing that. We're also doing the 100,000 party as well. It's going to be the best 100,000 party you've ever seen on YouTube. I promised you that was going to happen. This is the link for this. Now, you want to click on these links because I am going to move the time to the right time. I'm sorry, but it has to be moved. There'll be the right moment, and it will be the right moment. You've got to just trust me on this, all right? Both of those events could move. You've got to click on them, and as they move, you'll be notified if you click notification. So that's how you donate, Sandra. The best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Josh Monroe. Thank you for your great donation. You just kept a child in school. Invest your money, folks. 500 super chats don't make sense to me. Just saying. Invest your money, folks. Invest your money, folks. $500 super chats don't make sense to me. Just saying. Well, if nobody super chatted us, Saab, and if no one was a member, we wouldn't be here. There would be no show. I couldn't bring you this information. I couldn't turn down a sponsorship that was designed to, I mean, you'd have all the false information. So it's not the best thing to say to my audience. Don't need a super chat, Martin. You know, because we've grown the channel, we're able now to fund our charity partners in Uganda. We're able to bring you the real information. We're able to be live all day. I'm able to turn down all the sponsorship deals and bring you the facts, the real news. So if nobody super chatted me, if no one was a member, I couldn't survive. I'd have to go and be like Graham Stepan and meet Kevin and Andre Jick, all these people, and sell sell training courses when we do it for free. Hours a day, we put those things together. The newsletter, you can get a 7-day of that for free. I go live 12, 14, 15-hour days. I was up all night the other night buying XRP and crypto on X, telling you how to who's buying when they were buying. I couldn't do that if I just made video, if I didn't have memberships, if I didn't have super chats. I couldn't survive. I'd have to make videos and then sell videos. And if I did that, the whole thing would be as corrupt as everybody else. It would just be a nonsense. It would be a waste of time. I'd make loads more money and you would get no value. And I refused 4 years ago. I'm doing the right thing. And thank God my members give me super chats and memberships. If they didn't, I couldn't survive, and you'd have all rubbish information, and you'd be watching things like Meet Kevin and Graham Stepan and all these people, and all they do is make money for themselves, and the information's rubbish. So yeah, investing 500 super chats don't make sense to me. Yeah, I'm glad no one else thinks like that, Saab, because it would be, as I say, the show would go off air in about 5 minutes. I'm sure Martin will pop in here here and there on the couch. You'll see. I don't think so. Trump is supposed to be speaking soon. I've got no evidence of it. Let me just go and check. Let me have a quick look. Yes. Yes, we do have some news from Donald Trump. Yes, in 20 minutes' time. I will cover it live on the show. Yes. Thank you for that tip. I'll cover that. Hi, Saab. I believe it's about crypto. Hi, Saab. Congratulations, Martin. Going to way better than Mr. Beast. I believe we will, yes. I believe we will. Mr. Beast is a very decent bloke. He gives a lot to charity. It's also a very big business. My channel will be the opposite. My channel will always be live. It will not be about big dramatic thumbnails, big dramatic videos to get millions to watch. It's very easy. When Mr. Beast gives money away, people always say how amazing it is. He actually gives other people's money away. I actually give my own money away. The giveaway is my own money. Mine, Sensei's and Vaz's. It's my real money. It's not sponsorship money. Mr. Beast has sponsorship for everything. Everything is marketed. I take no sponsorship. Mr. Beast makes videos with sensational video thumbnails to get you to watch. They're all sponsored. They all earn money. I go live all day. I do it the hard way. I do it the way I want to do it. So I believe that this channel is for you and is more valuable than Mr. Beast. Yes, I do. Vanessa says, I agree, Saab. That's what I do. Vanessa's saying, I agree. Don't give super chats, invest. Okay, Vanessa, fair enough. I don't know why I don't know why there's a few people who have gone this way on the channel. I don't know why. Saab, haha. Uncle Martin, sorry, that was rather financially irresponsible of me. Yeah, I don't know why MSK and Saab are doing these things. Last October, when you took a break, we didn't have Sensei live, and it was so long month. Glad Sensei will be there for everyone. Enjoy your time off. Stacey, what are you trying to say? I just told people I haven't had a break for 4 years, and you're saying, oh, you took October off. No, I didn't. I took October off, but I kept going live. I was live nearly every day. People remember I actually was live in October. I didn't actually take time off. The studio was shut down for refurbishment, but I actually kept going live on my phone and a micro studio. So I haven't had a break for 4 years. Last October, I was not off air. I was doing stuff, and there was videos coming out all the time that I was recording and all sorts of stuff. So I wasn't fully off air. Congratulations on the 100,000 subscribers. Thank you, Sandra John. 100 grand, 100,000. Congratulations. It's okay. I know we survived though. Quant up 2% today. There's progress with Quant Fusion. Congratulations on the 100,000. Thank you, MSK. I appreciate it. If you haven't been on Wyoming or Montana, I would highly recommend. Oh, thank you very much indeed for sharing that. MSK, weird, just weird. If you know, you know. All will be explained tomorrow. Vanessa, LOL, Stacey, we know. Yeah, terrible thing to say. Yeah, a lot of the members, other than Saab, MSK, and Stacey, don't like that comment. But, you know, look at this.
Admatoa team donated $199.99 through a super chat. With Martin and Sensei's help, I was able to buy my growing family a car. 300%. I don't mind saying ying thank you and supporting good people.
Wow. That's incredible. But remember, you did it yourself. That's very, very kind of you for showing that level of support. Yes. Remember though, you did the investment. I will always provide the facts and the real news. I won't be sponsored by anyone. I'll always be live to give you the real facts. But at the end of the day, it's your investment. You did it. You did it with you were able to work and earn the money, and you were able to, you know, be able to invest. And you follow me live all day. Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know what's happening, but Saab, MSK, Stacey, and Vanessa, I don't know why they're doing this, but a lot of people are not liking it. I'm getting some texts from people going, "Why are your original members turning against you?" It does seem that way. I don't know why. In fact, I do understand it actually, and I think it's a great shame. And people are realizing this and not enjoying it. But it is what it is. We're a family, and a family has every kind of issue. It's all real. It's live. I don't hide it. I don't dress things up. I don't go off air. I don't ignore things. I face everything. But in this life, people make their decisions and they decide to do what they want to do. And here it's all on air for everyone to see. And you do what you want to do. Everyone does what they want to do, and things evolve. And as a real family, everything is seen and publicly. I don't filter it and polish it up and put stuff on that is good or take things off. I mean, yesterday I had the opportunity to make about $5,000 in 5 minutes I could have taken 30 grand just to sponsor Gemini Card. I then could have taken 5,000 for every person that signed up. We had like 30,000 watch the show, and everybody was watching for XRP. Nearly everyone would have got the Gemini Card. But I decided, no, I do what's right for this channel. I do what's right for the people, and I'll always do that. And I think it's a shame that a few people are saying, I wouldn't super chat this. I wouldn't do this. And that's fine, especially when it comes from those that built the channel. Those who were there at the beginning. I don't understand it. But anyway, I do actually understand it, but it's just a bit sad that it's happening. I'd prefer it not. But it is what it is. And I think 99% of people can see it for what it is and don't like it either. Anyway, right. Martyn, these guys many hours into this channel. Yes. You didn't like it. We're under attack. Someone is cloning our comments and pretending to be us. No, I think this means as I think.
Markeden 1189 donated £10 through a super chat. I'm new to your channel, and I like the style of it. Thanks, Martyn.
Thank you so much. And there's a lot going on at the moment. All of this will be revealed tomorrow. There's huge amounts going on the channel right now. Yes, the music channel will be triple the size of the investor channel in time.
At future.looks.bright donated $49.99 through a super chat. You guys have made my life better along with many others. Thanks for all the work. Much appreciated.
If I were Martyn, you'd be off the channel as soon as, videotape memories didn't like it. Yeah, I'm getting texts from people saying, private messages from people saying, why is Saab saying these things? Anyway, who is Mr. Beast? I commend you, Martyn. Great job for the members. I think super chats are fine as long as you can afford, to be fair. Well, obviously people do what they want, right? Your bald head is dramatic enough for a thumbnail.
At Thorsten Winter 5371 donated €5 through a super chat. THX Martyn, so much for all you do. This truly is a family. Looking forward to the show every day.
Yes, and families have the ups and the downs and all of this. Martyn, close your live off as soon as possible. It looks like you're currently being hacked live on air. I know what's happening. I know exactly what's happening, folks. Not to be a jerk, but you just said you make $8,000 a month, regardless of super chats. Anyone making $8,000 a month, 10 a month for charity makes a difference. Not to be mean. Oh, okay. I was on a mini break. Not to be a jerk, but you said you make $8,000 a month, regardless of super chats. Anyone making $8,000 a month, 10 a month to a charity makes a difference. So you're upset because I'm now making money. So when the channel was making no money and I worked for 1.5 years for free and I built my business, you're now upset with me. People should give money to charity, which we are now able to do more because I built my business and I'm now making money. So you want me to, now I'm successful, you don't want me to be successful. But you've always told people that you don't need, you've always said to people, Stacey, that you don't even need to do the giveaways because you've got so much money, you don't even need it. So it's wrong of me that I'm successful and I'm making money and people shouldn't support me anymore. I should just do it all for free and just lose everything. Is that what you're saying? Well, I can assure you, whenever I check in to meet Kevin, who owns 2 planes, people super chat him just as much. He gets super chats and he's a multi-millionaire. So you're saying that because I'm making money now, I shouldn't, and people should give it to charity instead. Well, because we built a channel, we are now doing more for charity than we could ever do. Charities are growing because of us. We've built an audience to give to the charity. So by being successful, we're able to help more people and do more things. And now I'm getting rewarded for it. You're suggesting actually you can give to charity and not give to Martyn. Well, people pay money every day to watch Netflix. Should they stop doing that? The people that run Netflix are billionaires. Okay, it was a mini break. But why are you even suggesting to people that I'm somehow lying? Why are you somehow suggesting to people that I'm not taking... Well, I'm not going to say he didn't take a break, but I'm going to say, oh, well, he wasn't on air. I haven't taken a break for 4 years. I don't make up stories on this show. Why are a few people trying to discredit me? Don't mind doing super chats, mate. Just think 500 is excessive. Just my opinion. Well, that's up to you, mate. And I understand that. It's a lot of money and I'm overwhelmed when people do it. But I've got 3 members who pay $500 a month just to have their own videos. I mean, in a minute, people are going to say, I think it's a bit excessive that you used to get $30,000 when you put a theatre show on. When I would sell a theatre, I could make $30,000. That's the tickets. That's how much people pay to come to see me. Is it excessive? Well, if I sold the theatre out, I made a lot of money for the charities that supported it. I made lots of money for the businesses that sponsored me. I earn money. I mean, is it excessive that a footballer earns $1 million a week when he makes $2 million for the club? I don't know. Should I be a failure? Should I be an unsuccess? Would that be fair? I don't know what you mean by that. I've got people who call me up all the time, offer me $10,000 to play in their houses. I turn it down because I'm too busy. Is it excessive? Well, it's excessive for you. You'd go, I'm not paying you 10 grand. Well, they think it's worth it. That's my value. I finally broke down and opened a Coinbase account so I could open buy XRP. 500 is nothing to market makers. Let's all remember to be kind in the chat, please. Yeah. My wife has never commented. Look, Leah is commenting to this. She sees it. I think Saab meant that you can help with charity and still live comfortably given your statements about your income. If people can afford super chats, that's great. But you don't need them to give back. What do you mean I don't need them? This is my job. I'm supposed to work for free? Because I've built a successful business, we can now make money for charity. We can now do more for people. So you like me when I had no money and I was literally working for free and now I'm making money. You don't like it. And yet you said, I'm talking Saab now. Sorry, Stacey. Stacey says, I don't enter the competition because I don't need the money. I've got plenty of money.
Denise
so it's okay for you to have money.
204 donated $5 through a super chat. I think that guy hacked you, the one that sent the weird 199.99 super chat a while back this morning called Falling on Knife Guy.
He didn't hack the channel. He didn't hack the channel. I know exactly what was going on. It'll all become clear tomorrow. I promised you'll find out. Hopefully we'll all do mega super chats in the next few months. Hi, Leah. Thank you, Mike. The facts are real news. That's what helps us all out. Thank you for all that. Said with love, not to be mean. It's just confusing sometimes what is said and then not said. What do you mean? It's not confusing to anybody. I'm live all day, every day, answering every question in front of everyone here live on the channel. What's confusing? You see how much money I earn. I don't have to tell you that. I don't know what you earn. I tell you what I earn so you know how the channel's growing.
I bet a wellness company has become a member. People get jealous of success. Marty, congrats 100K.
We've got Donald Trump live on the show in a couple of moments. Yes, Trump is live on the show. Going to just change the thumbnail. Just changing the thumbnail for a moment, guys. We're going to switch over to Donald Trump live. This will be very important. I actually feel a little bit upset now. Just trying to do this, I actually feel a bit upset. I've put my whole life online, and I've faced every possible attack you can't even imagine. Most of it you never see. I knew this would. I know what's how it's going to go.
IHH donated 15 Norwegian kroner through a super chat. Hello again, Martyn. Smile. Any thoughts on digital asset mining? You do a great job, Martyn.
Thank you very much. I'm just these super chats are overwhelming me at the moment because it's just showing that people love the channel and do not like what is being said by founder members. It's a shame.
Denise Bruckner 3204 donated $5 through a super chat. Please ignore the haters, you are loved.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot going on this morning. It's literally, I can feel it on my skin. I can literally feel it on my skin. I feel it like it's a living thing. I'm just setting up a thumbnail.
Alfredo16 donated $4.99 through a super chat. Martyn, on another note, what do you say we flip the charity switch on the music channel? What is the current subscriber counting to oversee there?
We need 10,000 subscribers on the music channel to be able to do fundraiser events. I promised I would do it, and we will be there soon. We're growing faster and faster every day. The music channel will be triple the size of the investor channel in time. We're just not there yet. We need 10,000 for that to happen. I'm setting up Donald Trump live.
Ben_2876 donated $4.99 through a super chat. I'm very new and loving the channel so far.
Wow, these super chats are overwhelming me at the moment. It's difficult to try to contain my thoughts and emotions, but switching over to Donald Trump now. I'm just changing the thumbnail. You can see the response to all of this.
Google Eyes donated £2 through a super chat. Keep being you and THX.
Yeah, I'm literally, I'm shaking with emotion seeing all of this.
Videotape Memories donated £2 through a super chat. Sub is a damn disgrace. Get rid Martyn.
Wow. Yeah, people are going nuts over this. I'm just trying to reschedule the show for the Trump live broadcast. We're going to cover it in a few seconds. I'm literally shaking with this.
Dondax donated $5 through a super chat. Strange indeed. Thanks for all you do, Martyn and team.
Okay, we are waiting for Donald Trump to go live. We've renamed the show Donald Trump Live. It's happening in a few moments. blown me away.
Atiglegene donated $20 through a super chat. Congratulations on $100,000 subs, Martin. Thanks for your hard work and delivering great shows. Keep moving forward. At KC Sarcastic ROI donated $4.99 through a super chat. Don't you worry about the naysayers, Martin, it just means your channel is getting bigger. There's 1000x more love than hate, 2 hearts emoji.
Stacey, your comment is here. What do you mean not enter the giveaway? That's what you said. It makes it sound like I'm too good to do it. I don't need it. I choose to leave room for those who do.
2876 donated $1.99 through a super chat.
That makes no sense.
So much drama for a Taco Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why Stacey's saying that. That's exactly what Stacey said. She also said, I want to step down from being a moderator. And now, because of all the drama, and now she's missing out on all of the internal moderator parties.
6 donated £2 through a super chat. Higher, hugging face emoji.
Wow. Wow. I'm getting so many emails and texts from so many people are sending me messages off air that they do not like this inner 3 or 4 people that have, in your opinion, turned against me because of the success of the show.
At KMHub03 donated $1.99 through a super chat. Love your show and stay focused.
I'm staying focused. I'm staying on it. I know how to grow this channel. I know what's right. And people are seeing it. I'm speechless. I'm waiting for Donald Trump. I think it's a great shame, isn't it? People that you have close to you suddenly do this.
At David T9H3L donated $25 through a super chat. Hey Martin, just like texting, I think there is just a lot of misunderstanding and not being confrontational. Just saying, friend.
I'm just observing. So we got Donald Trump live in just a few moments' time. We're going to cover that live. We are putting our 100,000 subscriber party on hold because we have to focus on much bigger issues at the moment.
At Craig Edwards 3032 donated $20 through a super chat. Have a second beer on your holiday, mate. You are doing a great job. AKA Bitcoins.
Thank you so much.
At Kuzkaz 1968 donated £1.99 through a super chat. I'm a new member and I thank you and the team. Heart hands emoji.
We're waiting for Trump to speak. I'm extremely emotional right now. I'm literally, you can see me shaking.
At 1970 a Buckley donated $10 through a super chat. Value of something is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes the income of the person donating doesn't match the value received, but we give what we can. So if I could super chat $500, I'd do it now, smiling. At Yeston04 donated £5 through a super chat. Well done, Martin, Vaz, and Sensei. Big up Leah for allowing you do what you do.
We're waiting for Donald Trump's statement to happen any moment now. There'll be a lot in this.
Revved Up Biker donated £10 through a super chat.
Oh my God.
Life is a roller coaster, sang Ronan Keating.
It is.
Maybe a song for Friday?
Yeah. Live real. Be real. Be live. Be in the moment. Embrace every question. Face every situation. Yeah. My dad taught me this. And this is the most important message I will ever put on this channel. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give away to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those imposters the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you give your life to broken and stoop and build up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on a turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart to nerve and sinew.
Adaric 3 donated $5 through a super chat. You are a huge inspiration to everyone who wants to invest. You inspire me to start my own investing YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Martyn.
To serve your turn along after they have gone, and so hold on where there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on, keep going. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run every second, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. My dad taught me that. I never stop. I never give in. It's always live. It's always real. I do what I say what I do. This is and will always be the most real channel in the world. It will be bigger. It will be better than Mr. Beast. We are here for you. This is not a marketing game. This is not a sponsorship game. This is not a business. It focuses on family and community, from which I will earn a decent living. Yes, I will. I will then use all of that to be live. I will do everything I can to promote other people, other channels, other charities. You have built this, and I will use this to the best of my ability and be live and accountable every day, every second of every minute. So for those that want to come on and discredit me now because I'm somehow making a success or making money from it, then I'm sorry you feel that way. But I will continue to do what's right. We're waiting for Donald Trump to speak. He's about to start. Of course, we don't know the exact moment, but we are on standby. We're not celebrating the 100,000 today. I told people we wouldn't do it today. We are focusing on everything else that's going on because there's too much at the moment going on in the markets for you to miss it. There's a huge manipulation going on on social media with crypto channels. You've seen it this morning. You've seen what's going on.
Ad Saab Shergill donated $4.99 through a super chat. All I said was invest your money, folks. Don't think I said anything bad. Do opinions not matter anymore?
We're on standby for Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Saab, for your super chat and your support and your membership for the channel. I appreciate it. In a couple of days, I'll tell you what's been going on today. I'm not on about the Stacey and Saab comments and so on, but what's really going on in the crypto space on social media in this whole situation right now. In a couple of days' time, you will find out. There's been massive amounts of stuff going on the show today, and most of you, some of you will work it out. Some of you will work it out, but a lot of you don't know really the full depth of it. You will in a couple of days' time. All right? Okay. Stand by. We're waiting for Trump to go live. Let me read some comments. That's very kind of you. Just imagine how it must hurt a president to hear the comment, yes. Yeah. I have all the Lucasades back, Matt, but I feel there has been a lot of misunderstanding today. I continue to super chat and support this show and the music show. Yes, MSK does. Wise words from your father. Well, it wasn't my dad's words. It was from Rudyard Kipling, but he read it to me. As a charity, we do a great job. They need to come down here, and we have, here, and what we have, what we are and have achieved as a volunteer. Zach, I have every intention of coming to see you. And again, that needs success. That needs a channel that grows to fund it, to support it, to earn money. It's not going to be free going to Uganda, is it? Yes, it was by Rudyard Kipling. Yes, hold on and keep going. Yes, your dad must have told Trump that same thing. He was he mastered the moral of the story. Yes, it was written by Rudyard Kipling. I here to ride the wave with you all. Saab, I understood what you meant, mate. I think there's a lot of people mixing stuff. Bizarre. Get rid of Saab, says video. I'm not doing that. I'm not getting rid of Saab. Saab has been a friend. I know Saab. I've spoken to Saab personally. We've had private conversations. Saab has been on the show, supported the show. I think there's some unpleasant comments, but there's been a few things that Saab has said I disagree with. But at the end of the day, no one is being banned or barred for thoughts with the wanting to make things better. Saab wants what's best for the show, I'm sure. Martyn Lucas family, and we support you. It's a privilege to have access to such a great community. No, that's not cool. Not good, Saab. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. I've got text here, I've got emails, private messages, a lot stronger than what you're seeing on screen. But people give because they want to support from their heart. It's that simple. Why wait? That's backstabbing activity. So I've been here a long time. It's going to be a good day. Google eyes, exactly. There's probably a YouTube mafia trying to digitally strong-arm up and upcoming channels. I'll tell you about it, what it is tomorrow. All right, it'll all come apparent, okay? It'll all come apparent. When I tell you what it is, it's very often the most simplest things is the answer. And trust me, I live and breathe this business. I know exactly what's going on, who's doing it, how they're doing it. I'll tell you all about it in a couple of days' time. So please stand by.
At Ben_2876 donated $1.99 through a super chat. Off with his head. Just kidding, smiley face emoji.
When you say we will find out what does this mean for now, oh no. It's nothing to do. I wouldn't be playing games with your money. I'm not telling you what's going on with your money behind the scenes. No, if I had some information, I share it with you. We're talking about what's happening with the channel today, not what's going on with crypto. I'm not going to allude to some magical information that I'll reveal tomorrow. That's very manipulative and it's dishonest. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. I want everyone to win. I'm not going to keep away information from you. That's very silly. I would never do something like that. Saab, I think things get easily lost in translation with text. I don't think you meant anything malicious. Glad you're still supporting Martyn. That's very kind, Casey. We're waiting for Donald Trump. Casey, looking forward to speaking with you. I hope the wedding goes well. Of course, we will, I look forward to speaking with you and setting up our next screen test. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much indeed. Why tomorrow? Because tomorrow I'll be able to reveal it. I can't today. Walmart is looking for a bottom. Let's hope so. I'm not really bothered either way. I'm not really focusing on the price action or the chart or what everybody thinks the stock's worth. Whatever. I'm focused on what it is worth. This is draining me, Jerry. Good. Then you'll sleep well. Live life to the full. You sleep well at night. Speaking of weddings, check out Charlotte May. That's a good idea. That was a good idea. Thank you for reminding me. Stacey used to do this when she was a moderator. I sometimes forget. So Charlotte May Weddings, yes, one of our sponsors. And if you can simply click on their website, you don't have to download anything, buy anything, get married or anything at all of such. But by clicking on their website, they get views all around the world. It helps them grow. And they are one of our members. We don't take corporate sponsorship. They pay $99 to be a member. And that's what they That's what it's all about. So please do that. We also have Crafty Falcon, who is also a YouTube It's a YouTube channel, and they ask you to click subscribe. Again, you haven't got to buy anything, download anything, and it'd be wonderful if you click subscribe. That would help their channel grow. These are two sponsors here on the channel. Thank you so much indeed for that. Thanks for the reminder. Have you heard about the midnight airdrop for XRP holders? Yeah, that's of no interest to me whatsoever. It makes no difference. It's not worth the risk getting involved in it, and the security issues for the small amount you're going to get. I wouldn't even focus on that. We've Sensei looked into that before. It's not really worth it. Jerry, why do you put money on? I'm not sure I get that. Okay, we're waiting for Donald Trump. Hopefully he'll speak any moment now. We are on hold. You know what these things are like. They sometimes get a delay. But, so what I'm going to do is right after this, we have a special event. We have an eHang earnings. So I'm going to keep this here for a moment. I'm just going to set up the event for eHang. Vaz is covering our event. It's going to be a special earnings. If you've not yet clicked subscribe, please do. We're now running for 1 million subscribers. That sounds crazy. And we'll have our 100,000 party tomorrow. And I'll explain why tomorrow and all about it shortly, okay? But for now, as we wait for Donald Trump, I'm just keeping my eye on this. You're not going to miss anything. I'm going to set up my eHang event. Vaz is covering this later on for me. So I'm just setting this up now. eHang earnings. So if you're wondering if I'm looking funny, it's because I'm looking at a screen where I'm preparing an event. It goes live right after this. Okay, so that's what I'm doing now. I've got my eye on Donald Trump. He hasn't started yet. I think this will be a very telling event. I think he'll mention a lot to do with the Fed, crypto, the markets. I think a lot's going to happen. I really do expect a lot in this. So stand by. I'm just preparing the event for Vaz. He's covering it live for me. So I'm just getting an image up, just doing the thumbnail. I'm keeping my eye on Trump, so don't worry, you won't miss anything. I think it's an important event to cover. I think we're going to get some very interesting words. Whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, it doesn't matter. What's important is on a day like today, with so much manipulation, and we know that Trump, plays a part in all of that. Let's be perfectly honest. We want to make sure that we are on top of it. So while I'm doing this, I'm setting up our next event. This is the eHang earnings, and Vaz is covering it for me very kindly. Thank you, Vaz, for that. So that's why I'm looking strange. I'm looking into a screen so I can set this up. Let me keep my eye on Trump, and I keep refreshing it as well so we don't miss it. This tends to happen when they advertise an event like this. Obviously, the Donald Trump's not really bothered about me sitting here, trying to catch the time, is he? He's going to do it when it's right. And there's a lot going on, so they don't require us to be on top of it, do they? Okay, I think that'll do. There. If you want to get my attention, just do a super chat and it will read it out, and I'll be able to answer your question. All right, so trying to get this done while I'm waiting for Trump to start. This is the EHang earnings. We're just waiting for Trump. If you just tuned in, please stand by.
At Ben_2876 donated $1.99 through a super chat. Any books you'd recommend on investing?
If anybody in the chat would like to recommend that, I don't get a chance to read books, I'm afraid. I'm just talking to people and streaming live all day, so I don't ever have an answer for that. I'm just waiting for Trump. As soon as it comes, you'll get it. We're just in a waiting process while I'm preparing the next show. Okay, we're still waiting. Just bear with me. As we are setting this up, I am waiting for Trump. This is the event hasn't started yet. So while I'm doing this, I'm just preparing for the EHang earnings. So Vaz is going to go live for me straight after this, actually. It'll be straight into him for a very important earnings call. I strongly recommend you watch this one. How is my portfolio doing? Doing great. Yeah. We're waiting for all of this breakout to happen. Create, go live. Whew, bloody hell, what an emotional day. Earlier was mind-blowing. So we're just setting up the event. If you're just tuned in, waiting for Donald Trump to speak, and we're setting up the eHang earnings call, which will be live in just a few minutes' time. We are covering it. Vaz is very kindly offered to cover this one. Show some support for Vaz. He's having a little bit difficult time right now. He's got a few difficulties, a few life challenges. So he will be lifted and made to really smile by you guys showing up and supporting his event today. He's had a few things to deal with recently, and me and Sensei have been supporting him, and whenever we call, he always says it cheers him up. So please do support Vaz today. I'm sure he'll very much appreciate it. Right, so live Vaz.
At Ben_2876 donated $1.99 through a super chat. Thank you to the members. THT had recommended books.
Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you ever so much, everyone who did that. That's very kind. Appreciate that. I love the way the family all come together there. When someone has a question I can't answer, everyone jumps in. I really love that about the channel. It's awesome. Right, we're still waiting for Trump. I've just checked the screen. We're all good. I've just about set some weird stuff going on online today. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow. It's just not the right time to talk about it, but it will. I think where did Vaz put that? Always. There it is. Okay, cool.
Adaric 3 donated $2 through a super chat. Ever considered audiobooks, Martin?
Yeah, I don't have time though. You know, I don't have time. I talk to people directly from the companies that work there, and I'm live all day, every day. I've barely got time to sleep or talk to my wife. So I'm fully committed. I'm fully committed with what I'm doing. I just don't know about how I could do anything else in a day. I live life to the absolute max. There's not a second available. Right, I've created Vaz's event. I'm going to give that to you in a moment. And stocks are going up nicely. It's looking really good. Waiting for Trump to go live. I'm just posting this event now so you can all see it. We'll take you right there at the end of this. We've got the big 100,000 party planned as well. Just waiting for Trump any moment now. There's the eHang event. Okay, so this is next. Let me post this to the top.
At J.J. 8ball2 donated $1.99 through a super chat. Can you show the subscriber counter, please?
No, not at the moment. For good reason. It'll all become apparent tomorrow. Tomorrow, it'll all become apparent. You just have to trust me on this. I'm doing what's right for the channel. Going through a war at the moment, and we're going to win. Okay, that's pinned to the top. So there is the event there. That's what comes next, right after Trump. I think this Trump speech is very, very important. I think we want to make sure that we cover it. Trump will be speaking shortly. This is the event right after this. E-Hang live earnings with Vaz. Okay, you don't want to miss that. We're just waiting for Trump. I keep repeating these things because people come in and out every few seconds, so I'm sure you'll all appreciate why I do these things. We're setting up an event at the same time. As everything else is going on. So let me make sure this show goes to Vaz's event next. Now, these things normally are no more than 45 minutes. It's been 40 minutes now, so I would imagine it's coming up soon, very shortly. This is what happens, I'm afraid. But, we'll get there. Right. Vaz's show is now set. Okay. Just please bear with me. I'm nearly there, and I'll come back to you and I'll answer more questions. Okay. That's now set. Right, we are good. Vaz's show is done. We are in the can. You'll be going live shortly. Now I can come back to you. I'm going to answer your questions again. Stand by. If anybody wants to know about the giveaway, let me know, and I'll explain it to you. We are measuring everyone that's followed us today on X. I've noticed that a lot of people are doing that for all the giveaways. Appreciate all of that as well. Heck of a lot going on. As a lot. Trump cites sufficient cause to fire Fed's cook. Okay, they're really pushing now to fire the Fed, a Fed director, not Jerome Powell. So be absolutely clear about that. And it is creating a bit of turmoil in the markets. If it wasn't for this, the markets would be going up. If it wasn't for tariffs, the markets would be up. There's all kind of issues at the moment going on. The world order is changing. Everything is becoming quite dramatic, and we have to stay focused. Okay. I think we are set now. So USD, is this Japan? Just stable coin. Well, it can't be a stable coin. That's ridiculous. Up 138%. How can it be a stable coin if it's just a bloody... Yeah, I've got some information here. I'm going to share this with you. I'll just show you this on the screen. We've got a crypto blowout bubble. USDJ, just stable coin. It can't be a stable coin, can it? How can it go up 138% if it's a stable coin? I don't know, someone's trying to play silly buggers with that one. And I would imagine they're using J because we're expecting the Japanese yen. We're expecting a big crash with the carry trade. So someone's trying to cash in. I've created the USDJ coin. Oh God, people will believe any bloody thing, won't they? It's not a stable coin. How can it be? How could a stable coin be up 138%? I mean, the very notion of that makes... The very notion of that is just ridiculous, but people will do it and they'll think it's great. Well, they are because they're buying it. So there it is. Right. I've gone through everything. We are all set now for Donald Trump. I'm now going to come back to comments and questions. Let me look at our positions. So Bitcoin just hovering around that 110. That's where I see it. XRP, same thing. Ethereum doing very well. No, not really surprised by that. Right. Trump is... Oh, here we go. We're just starting.
Billions of dollars to the NATO people, where I'm very friendly and we have a great relationship, but that was an amazing trip. So they're funding the entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that, and we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what they want to get. They have lots of options, but that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up where they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases with thanks to Doug and Chris and some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon, and that has a huge impact. So we have groceries are down, energy is way down. Energy is way down.
Nvidia pumping into the earnings
$4 and $5
tomorrow
for a gallon of gas. Think of that for gasoline, and now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It broke $2 at a couple of locations in the South. In places like California where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people were, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden, or whoever was operating the auto pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office. Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming. And when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see this is AI now. I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's $50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that, that's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy that if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we are able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants. And coal is back with this country too, by the way. You know, there's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we call it clean coal. We don't call it coal, we call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up, we have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I was speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, you know, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big, ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, you know, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, you know, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened at UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil that's tremendous, and they closed it up, and they've been building windmills all over the place. And I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're gonna have a bad awakening very soon. It's gonna be very bad. They're ugly. They don't work. They kill your birds. They're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works, and then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're going to fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants, and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants, but think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are gonna want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel. As you know, we have an outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new plants, new everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated, but it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up, and that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive, but government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up, and these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And they'd hand me a thing. It was like they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. And it was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture. But furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left, but they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren, and it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back. We will be bigger. A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product, too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world.
Please consider subscribing. Thank you. We're now racing to 1 million subscribers. Thank you.
but we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten the support of the Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of the auto workers, I mean, it's so amazing. I watch them on television there. They can't even believe what happened. And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing a great job. Thank you, Brooke. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time, and now we have a very good deal. We made that with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country. Trillions. Far beyond billions, trillions of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time, they have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, so we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. And, I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time, and we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things, all these numbers up here, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you can possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe, they were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And just think of that, and no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have like this soundbite. They have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death. It's not. We strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that, but waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. Like, it was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They'd never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. This is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But $4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening.
Please tap the subscribe button. Thank you very much.
Yet. Some of them haven't even
Our next
started
target
hiring
is 1
yet.
million subscribers. Thank you very much
So
indeed.
it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number. And the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. She's put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I show you this. This is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now all over the country, or soon to start. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody can do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to AI.gov to learn more, AI.gov to learn more, and you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge that involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her, raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the American worker first. And, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, don't let him do this to you. It's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3, like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. You know, just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap, don't do it. And then I saw this poor stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. Know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family, but he was
XRP is rallying a little bit.
He's governor of Illinois.
Very nice.
And he goes,
very nice
about Trump. We don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make
Please
up
tap the subscribe
stories.
button.
Crime in D.C. was the worst.
We are celebrating
ever
100,000, now going to a million.
Now,
thank you.
Over the last 13 days, we've
Special
worked so
party
hard.
planned.
We've taken
tomorrow.
so many. There are many left
for all
but
subscribers.
We've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something, and I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people have heard. So the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops. We sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term, and I was really sad because I said, oh, boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. Little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too, great commissioner. But he's the head of the World Cup. He said, Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game, depending on who's president, right? And I got that. I did not get 250, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I did get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of you and Tom Homan and everybody, right? But so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting, it's going to be done properly. So I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected. We had some fantastic decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the job, as opposed to some woke reason that was killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability,
Please tap
as
subscribe.
opposed to being
Really
forced in
appreciate it.
based on
Thank you.
some factor
Big
that
100,000
cannot
celebration
make our
tomorrow.
country great. That was a big decision.
Plus
very,
a
very big
fundraiser and many
decision.
prizes and
we've had a
giveaways.
lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around
subscribers.
this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And Vice President's involved in everything, and he's been great. And Marco has been, really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever run for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good. And everybody likes him, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than like, I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is, I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President.
Do you want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTD, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight.
Oh, come on, they even got a microphone on her.
And a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet,
Come on, that's
my
bad
laptop,
TV
and
work.
everything else.
What a rubbish.
And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, or what some people call pistol
Rubbish.
whip me, before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since,
Oh
I've
my
never dared
gosh.
to walk
Who's in charge of the...
DC at night, ever.
I've noticed this a lot
And my family was extremely worried.
with Trump.
So,
He has
Mr.
some really
President,
bad
thank you
sound
so much
people.
for what you're doing right
Thank you,
now.
Iris, for being
Miss out,
honest.
cameras don't work, microphones don't work, the campaign trail was the same. Can't mic up the right people. Did you hear all the bangs and pops, people dropping things over? I don't know who he gets for the sound, but whoever's in charge is rubbish.
Just starting my career here in DC without
Bloody hell, what a waste of time.
But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger, because these are animals that don't know what the hell they couldn't care
Apologise
less.
for that, folks.
The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you? And you did refuse to give it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused. But I understand that. So and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's really amazing that you weren't shot, though.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day.
Come on, how hard is it to move the boom mic? The boom mic is hanging over the table. Redirect it to the guest. I get so annoyed when people are rubbish.
On the way. Thank you so much.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, but pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't. I told the story of my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C. and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops, too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Nicaragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Nicaragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang, I think it was Nicaragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long. And they're calling these soldiers. That's what they are. They're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers standing like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now, it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do a job. But they issue false numbers. She said, crime is down, before now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. If they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. You can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. A guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you work. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president. Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion. You wouldn't have the Olympics. We went in, and the sheriff, the boss, Said, thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said, we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said, on the first or second night, he said, we could have never handled. That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics because...
Please tap the subscribe button. We're about to celebrate our 100,000 and we are going now on to a million. Left. Thank you.
They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration, turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish that's not doing well because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something
Stick to the
wrong.
end. We're also
we
giving
said
away $1,000 in XRP. Lots of prizes, gift cards for many people, plus a big star prize as well. And we're doing a fundraiser for our favourite charity. Stand by, lots coming up for you.
I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should. And I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this and that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country. But they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States, because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut, because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask I get along good with all of them. But I said, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for
XRP is
They had
moving.
to go for years. I was with a
And so is the
very
S&P.
great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had
Please
this
tap the
argument.
subscribe button. It really
My
helps.
first
We're now
term,
pushing through
and then we had it in
100,000
my
to
second
1
term.
million.
In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, you're right, I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying, where we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were sending, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries
This is what I planned
on. Well, they
on.
think the United States should bear it.
Ethereum's leading it. XRP is also moving quickly.
It's over.
Bitcoin's now catching up.
You have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that, not 2%. And I'll just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself.
XRP is moving quicker
because
all the
drug
time.
prices went down for the first time in 28 years under my administration. You know how much it went down? 1/4%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4%, that little tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said, we're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick, and I got the drug companies to agree, and I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put
breaking news on Robinhood. They're now paying a 2% bonus. It ends in 19 days if you transfer into Robinhood
they're going to be
from another account. 2% bonus. Many of you have been waiting for this. If you've got an IRA, an account somewhere, 2%. Imagine that.
And we're going to have the
free money. You can transfer. You're not selling. You get an extra 2% bonus. It's just been announced on Robinhood.
This is going to lower everything. Because drugs go for everything.
2% bonus.
It's going to have the biggest
19
impact,
days.
I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. And we're all set with the countries, and we're all set with the companies. That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist anymore. That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. That's right. They had the most complex formula. It was genius, but they didn't get away with it. So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with the leverage that we have from tariffs.
They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 Pharmaceuticals, which we launched together, when you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
Good. Right?
Yes. And this cabinet meeting is supposed to be about working Americans and bringing jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America. And I want to mention the big, beautiful bill. Right now, we spend 7% of Medicaid dollars on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's going to restore and revitalize these communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms, we now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth, who are all working on this issue. And Lee, who are all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them
They're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. So they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the minkies, the gray whale, or the humpback whales, the right whales.
Excited to be a buyer.
Whales on the East Coast because of this, and you're going to save these economies that are based upon commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated. We just stopped a shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated.
I wanted to share this with you because this is important how the world is changing with big mega channels like Meet Kevin with 2 million followers. People don't want the false information anymore, all this sponsorship, taking money. Well, look at this. Meet Kevin with 2 million followers is covering what we are covering, and he has He has 394 people watching. They are, look.
Very briefly, we have an historic.
It's just off the screen. I'm sorry, it's just off the screen.
We brought together 80% of the insurance industry.
Look at that. 2 million with 400 people watching.
80% of
we have 100,000 and we have 608. The world is changing from these fake accounts. Just thought I'd share that with you.
And he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is.
It's a big deal, that is.
You will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with personal health records.
Please tap subscribe. We're going to 1 million subscribers now.
Have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term.
We don't sell training programs. They're free.
Refused to enforce it.
We don't take sponsorship. It's all true.
Your leadership and my leadership.
2 million.
Actions
484 people watching.
Administration. Right. So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools. And the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets, and the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We are going to change that, so if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner.
You beat me.
That's good. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 at Bedminster, which President Trump did with Bryce and DeChambeau, so he's the only one exempt in this room. Everybody else.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as promised in September. We're finding certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism.
Yestin, as a member of the channel, you certainly can sponsor me. It's the same for everyone.
It's such a
$99 membership to premium.
There's something wrong when
and every
you see
day
the
for the
kind of
month, I'll
numbers that you
promote
have
your
today versus,
whiskey
20
business,
years
whatever
ago.
it is you do.
And
Yes,
those
I
numbers,
can
what
do
are
that,
those
and I
numbers,
will. I will share your
in
information and your links and your
1970,
business and your channel every day for a month.
Epidemiological study.
It's $99. Upgrade, downgrade at any point you like.
900,000 children.
Absolutely
and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it. And they found an incident rate of 0.7. In other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys.
Think
today.
of those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
1 out of every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do some things. I think we maybe know the reason, and I look forward to that press conference, to be with you on that press conference. That's going to be a great thing. Thank you, Bob. You're doing a great job. Linda, how about it? And we want nothing less than $500 million from Harvard. Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been very bad. Don't negotiate. Go ahead.
All that's working well. Mr. President, thank you very much. Since we are focusing today on Labor Day, and I know that Kelly and Lori are both going to echo some of the things that I'll say as well. We are really focusing, on our workforce. But what I'm finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle
Please tap
schools
subscribe
and
button.
high
Thank you so
schools
much.
to make sure
We're now
that we
rating
are
to 1
having
million.
hands-on learning. There are pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from high school, they're ready to go into the workforce, because we know with all of these wonderful jobs that are coming back into the country through AI, through just our normal jobs, we need electricians, HVAC operators, etc. If we don't have this training, we're not going to have the workforce we need for all these wonderful jobs. So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, you know, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, some of the other, Finland, they're very highly rated. If you go back to just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana or gave, and I don't say every one of them, you know, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do well. But even California, you cut it up into sections. You have Riverside, you have this, you have that. You cut it into 5 sections. And, you know, if you had a good governor, you'd be able to do well. But certain states will be able to compete with Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and everyone. It'll be just as good. So I figure you have close to 40 of those states. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have 10, you'll have 5 that won't be very good. You have 5 disasters, and we'll have to work on those disasters. But for the most part,
EHang earnings will follow this
zooming up in those charts, just like we have in everything else.
So stand by, you won't miss anything.
And I think it's one of the
very
most important
things
we're doing
it's
at this
an
table.
explosive
So
earnings today,
education
preparing for NVIDIA
back
tomorrow.
to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards, they're local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings off, let somebody else get rich with the real estate, because it'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative.
Wow.
And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much appreciated. How are you doing with the colleges, by the way? You're doing some pretty good work in terms of getting them to treat people fairly.
Well, interestingly enough, since we've been negotiating with some of the Ivy League schools, I have presidents of universities calling every single week. They want to sit down and talk to us about all of the steps that they are taking, because they would like to not come under the same investigative program, and so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
So if you fire a shot across the bow, the big guys, people kind of step in line and know you mean business, and we have teeth in these agreements, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehave, so that's it. And so one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing. It's going to straighten them out. Okay? Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's
This camera
workforce,
crew
especially our
in the
auto
White House are
workers,
rubbish.
our coal miners,
what is going on?
Our steam fitters, our pipe fitters.
Sitting there on their asses.
And the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, The choice was made to
It's not hard, is it?
protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding, all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. And what we are accomplishing would not be possible if not for the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table. The well-oiled, well-wired machine at the White House, led by Susie Wiles, and the DCOSP, the policy shop, led by Stephen Miller, they have been amazing to work with. I was just in Iowa with Administrator Loeffler, who made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster. Working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. The list, it's amazing. You know, somebody out there might not realize the relationship between
We've just got an award from YouTube.
The Department of Defense.
Just got an award from YouTube. It's happened just live a few seconds ago.
From
Look at
responding
this.
to the LA wildfires.
We've just passed
water
10
in California, which
100,000 subscribers and 10 million views.
The ranchers and landowners to revise
just happened
the
from
waters
YouTube.
of the United States definition, so they don't have to go hire an attorney or consultant to tell them whether or not a water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there. And as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor...
The big celebration starts tomorrow. We've got to focus on the job in hand right now.
They're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing, and you have a governor who is just such a bad governor, and the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far, and yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which The initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
And they're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permits. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of this site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newsom and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa. These people are they're just bad. You know, you talk about make America great again. They could never make America great again, but we are doing that. Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi.
Sir.
She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership.
Finally,
as
the
a true
cameraman's woken
champion
up.
for working people. And I know we'll hear, as we go around the table here, how your
It's not they can't do it.
focus
They're just
singularly
asleep.
on putting
Look at
the
that.
well-being and interests of the
Oh, I
American
think I'll
people
pan round
first
now.
is that common thread that we're seeing in
Absolutely
your
rubbish,
policies
these
being
people.
implemented across your administration. For Odie and I, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community
not hard, is it?
is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth, is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million.
Please tap subscribe.
We will
We
continue
passed 100,000. We're now
focusing
going
on
to
our
1 million.
mission,
Thank you.
In keeping
Appreciate
the
it.
American
Big party
people
plan
safe,
for tomorrow.
And appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take home pay more a year.
Take your time, zooming out. Take your time.
Tax credit, the increase in the standard deduction.
Bloody idiots.
Hardworking families are going to benefit from this bill, and small businesses. There's no bigger beneficiary than Main Street, because small business makes up 99% of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses, because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses, 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you solve for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. Yeah. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans. And unfortunately,
please consider subscribing. Thank you very much. We've got our special EHang earnings coming up straight after this.
2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks. So we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, but criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe, you opened up the economy, you enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors that said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayer dollars, but sir, focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Well, great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, zero.
Incredible.
That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody, and Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chris. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country.
Please consider liking and tapping the subscribe button. It really does help. Thank you so much.
And they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with a plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing a revitalization of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under construction, just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors, like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal
Alex,
elites
we're just getting
that live away
started.
from where
Now the
stuff's
work
actually
really
made,
begins.
They just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table. We're bringing the American dream back.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament, again, that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer, until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed
I'll
this
explain all the
legislation.
confusion
It probably will be
tomorrow
the single most
and the big party room tomorrow.
important bill that they
Trust
did
me,
sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by
it'll make
expanding
sense
Pell
tomorrow.
Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, that they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships, an executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation, where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency, and thanks to you and your leadership on that, we've rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today as we move through the shipbuilding. We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another $1 billion investment per your executive order on advanced manufacturing. So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected and since we all can put into play has been working. Ohio, McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers, I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American fishermen and shrimpers. In Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon, and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor Day again, not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You've really turned out to be a gem. Thank you.
I was able to talk to the president on the phone the other day. He called and we visited, and he said, but I know that you were, you know, a little bit middle of the road and not so sure. I said, Mr. President, I have been a Republican. He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. So,
doing a great
I appreciate
job.
it.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with everyone around this table almost daily on legal issues.
Please
that
click
we're
subscribe.
winning
Thank you
on.
so much
But
indeed.
today,
Thank you.
because
Appreciate
it's Labor
it.
Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety. Not only domestic, but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary McMahon, I know you know, kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day. And Secretary Duffy, you know, our highways are going to be packed with travelers coming to not only our nation's capital, but all over this country. We're also going to have boaters, Secretary Duffy, right, on our waterways. It is illegal to be under the influence and on a boat. So get a designated boater if you're out on our waterways, whether it's the Potomac or the Gulf of America or the Pacific. Wherever you're out this weekend, people need to be safe. And on an international level, Secretary Rubio, thank you for all your help on everything we're doing, and everyone around this room. But yesterday, there was a big, big win. El Mayo pled guilty, and he was the co-founder of Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. And there's even a Narcos Netflix series about these guys. Well, now we know the ending. He's going to die in an American prison. They are one of the worst, El Chapo and El Mayo, some of the worst narco traffickers in our world. And he will spend life in prison now. And that's so important because those guys and others throughout this country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing, not only in DC, but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses. And when you were here in DC, we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been seized right here in DC. President, they were packaged for children. Packaged for children. And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership and for letting Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to be vigilant and not take this trash. Because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything, and it could be laced with something very lethal. So thank you, President
Great
Trump.
message,
Thank
and
you,
you've been
President.
fantastic this last 12 days in D.C. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I hate to have to talk about that, but we have to. It's becoming a very safe place again, and the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning in all fairness, but this focus on D.C. is so important for the country, so great job. And to everybody.
And
Great job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by side, all of our agencies together to make America safe and DC safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby, and I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you, Pam, very much. Great. Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion. You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs have gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made
Stand
great
by to the
strides
end.
and
We've got
great
the e-hang
progress
earnings
already,
and the
but American
$1,000
people who are
giveaway.
listening,
You
there's
want to
a
know about
lot
that as
more
well,
to
okay?
do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job under the president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you, J.D. Scott?
Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve's independence comes from a political arrangement between itself and the American public. Having the public's trust is the only thing that gives it credibility, and you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue-collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see, I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning, just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the
Ethereum's
positive
pumping again.
impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax on tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a hotel doorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference. Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastised me for saying that it's not, that number is too low. And as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August. And I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion, 3.3 trillion of tariff income, 700 billion of lower interest cost, and I would expect that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration, and it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I wanted to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one, 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the worker, the very central
the celebration will come. This is more important right now.
Center of it is the reason that
Thank
it
you.
is so.
Appreciate that.
So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education, Lee Zeldin deregulation, Kelly Loeffler small business, Lori Chavez Rimmer labor, and Scotty Turner housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that, through the big, beautiful bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America in history. And now the opportunity to effectuate that is, again, a game changer, a country saver.
$1,000 giveaway coming up at the end. Plus we have the EHang earnings. It's a big one.
Stated. Thank you very
Getting
much.
ready for tomorrow's big event with
Scott?
NVIDIA.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so grateful to be here to celebrate Labor Day with the greatest team in America. And it is football season.
Please click subscribe.
So
It's
I'm
support
happy
the channel.
about
Thank
that.
you. Our road to 1 million.
Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, you know, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work. And how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, you know, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small.
They've lost sound. It's not me. Please stand by. This is this terrible production team. Rubbish at sound and cameras. There's only one broadcast from the White House. They're all on the same. Even if I switch to different broadcasters, it's the same thing. They're all doing a terrible bloody job. Yeah. See, no one sound is working. Please stand by. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about this at the moment. Hang on a second. We've just lost audio.
Too, sir, about opportunity zones. And so this will allow us to continue to build affordable housing. And Mr. Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week, and to see how we can continue to build affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And you know, 1 million people, Mr. President, were lifted out of poverty because of opportunity zones. $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, urban, tribal, and rural. And now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty, $100 billion to be invested, hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created, hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited about the future of this country. I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so. And HUD, we're on a good path. So thank you for all your support and helping us, sir.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
And I want to give credit to Tim Scott, great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zones, and we did a good job of working with him, and
Please tap the
together
like
we
button
created
and consider
something that
subscribing.
Nobody speaks of.
Thank you very much.
But it's probably the most successful thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I get the opportunity to go hand by hand with all of these people as they move their DRECs through the Office of Management and Budget. And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2 for 1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6 for 1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10 for 1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for 1. So we are making incredible strides. And you know, as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies.
Our next event is very important. Get ready for tomorrow's NVIDIA. It comes right up after this. Our next earnings
to get us
for you live
energy,
with Vaz. He's taking over the show.
Reduce spending. We're going to lower costs for the American people. We're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John, central casting, I call him. He's central.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today. And as we're talking about jobs and workforce at CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times, our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing your goals. And your success in that regard, the examples are clear and many. With regard to Iran, everyone knows that our DoD partners executed that mission flawlessly. But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President, CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities and set back a nuclear program by years. Likewise, with regard to your ability to prevent and to preempt wars between India and Pakistan,
please tap subscribe. It really helps on our path to 1 million subscribers.
Between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In all those cases, CIA intelligence supported you and your entire team in making that possible. It's not just you, it's the folks around this table, Secretary Besson, Secretary Lucknick, Trade Representative Greer.
XRP is running again.
Great successful negotiations on trade and tariffs, again, was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your goals. So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of solving conflicts all over the world. I think there were actually more than 7 conflicts that you've put to bed in the last 8 months. And I hear these, I travel all over the world. In Hostage Square, they talk about you reverentially. It's really quite amazing. I sometimes wish that I had a camcorder with me and I could put you right there as I listen to it. I was in Gaza, the first American diplomat, on your behalf, and as we delivered food and aid pursuant to your new aid initiative, pushed forth by your great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside. The people were applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all. We are negotiating multiple entries into the Abraham Peace Accords because of your vision. Azerbaijan, all these different conflicts that we're out there on your behalf on, these are people who have never really seen the world change in this way. Peace through strength really, really works. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Hamas, we're having meetings all this week on all three of those conflicts, and we hope to settle them before the end of this year. Your team is nothing short of incredible. And there's only one thing I wish for, that Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award was ever talked about to receive that reward. Beyond your success is game-changing out in the world today. And I hope everybody one day wakes up and realizes that.
Thank you, Steve. Jameson, please.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day, because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers and organized labor voted for you is because of your trade policy and the policies you've had and advocated for 40 years or more. You have reset global trade policy in the past few months, and it shows that it's been working for American workers. When you look at President Biden, in the last quarter of 2024, median weekly earnings fell 2.1%. In the first quarter of your term, they went up 3.3%. And that's why we're doing the trade policy we're doing. It's to help the workers of the United States of America. And they're the best in the world, but they can't do it without a level playing field. And you have flipped the script. For many years, the other
Please
countries
consider
had high
subscribing.
tariffs
It
and
really
high
helps
non-tariff
on our
barriers,
journey to
while
1
we were
million
open
subscribers.
To all of their labor and services and goods and capital. You flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and non-tariff barriers. And we couldn't have done it without you and the leverage you've created. So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak continues for the workers of America. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good job, by the way. He's a good negotiator. Very good negotiator. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, I feel like, as everybody here has talked about how great working with this team is and all, but I do feel a special need that you've given me the privilege of working with the best of America. I get to take care of the veterans. I get to take care of the veterans who Labor Day really finds its roots in, if you think about it. We wouldn't have Labor Day if it wasn't for men and women who would leave their jobs and go fight this nation's battles to keep us free and independent so that they would have jobs to come home to. And over the past few years, they've been coming home to many times a government that was keeping them back, holding them back, taxing them, regulating
We're not celebrating the 100,000 yet because we're focused on what's important. When we get a gap in the news, then we'll celebrate. We've got to focus on you. You
because
are
they're
the
receiving
channel
the benefit
right
because
now.
they see the jobs, they see the care that they're being given. And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do. When your only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said, go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up.
Stay to the end for the $1,000 giveaway.
Take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans.
And the special events all coming up in about 5
We're
minutes.
making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep everybody inside because they thought it was a fiefdom they were building. I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're trying to take care of a service organization that takes care of veterans. So how do we do that? We made best medical interest where a doctor can send a veteran to the community a lot quicker without having to worry about miles and time logged and wait times. Just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out, and it's made a difference in this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security that they've been intended to. I'm actually giving them the benefit of the doubt to actually go be the workers that they're called to be, and that's what Labor Day is about. The VA is going to have the best workers. But just to let you know how that's working out, wait times at our hospital are going down because we're getting them into our hospitals or into community care. And then one for you, Mr. President, you heard about this a lot, and that was backlogs. At the backlog when I first came in, and I've said this before, in February we had over 260,000 backlog. That means over 125 days of not getting an answer. In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150 and heading down to historic lows. We'll be within the next month lower than any time under the previous administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need. So when you look at it this way, we've opened new facilities. We've put new facilities in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after hours or on Saturdays. That's what it means to be in the Trump administration. That's what it means to take care of veterans. That's what it means for Labor Day, because you can't forget the ones who fought for us to be on this table today. And it's all because of what you've done and the progress that we've made.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval rating at the VA now. And you know what it was before? It was like horrible. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, there's been some conversation about the Pete and Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't think Pete or Bobby could hold these sticks for 2.5 hours.
Exactly.
If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be easy compared to the.
You didn't have this problem with Biden. It was in and out very quickly.
So kudos on Labor Day to the audio team that's holding the sticks. But Mr. President,
rubbish. They're
it's
not
pretty
doing
great
a
to
good
celebrate
job.
Labor Day with Builder.
Those
who
sticks are
loves
carbon
labor,
fiber. They weigh nothing.
Who loves the men and women who
Doing a
build this
rubbish
country,
job.
the people that sweat,
I'll sort
that
your
have
bloody
great
sound
skills. They have grit. They do the dirty jobs of America that have made this country great,
And the
and you know them
cameras.
very well because you have worked with them. The great Trump projects have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, you know, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful projects that connect this country. And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money, and time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment.
Please tap the subscribe button. We are now aiming for 1 million subscribers.
And I appreciate
Thank you.
the help of Christy and Marco on this very issue. But in May, we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't proficiently speak the English language. And we gave states a little over a month to comply. And Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him. And had they taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that point because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the country.
$1,000 giveaway coming up, plus special event right after this. Please stand by.
But they do,
and tap the like button and subscribe.
The
Thank you very
subways,
much.
And on our buses across the country, the transit workers are the ones who take the most abuse. And they're grateful for the mission of everybody around this table fighting to make their communities safer. So I appreciate everyone's help on that. But the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together. One quick FAA. We are about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got build. We got $12.5 billion in the big, beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle till the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection, so we're looking forward to that. We will have the most, I'm learning from you, this is gonna be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal government for this build for air traffic control. Really, it's innovative, and we have unique tools at FAA. It's gonna be a great contract. Bobby left me out of the windmill conversation, Bobby, so there was a study done in the last administration that said if you build windmills 1.2 miles, within 1.2 miles from a roadway, it can mess up the automation and technology on a car. Same thing 1.2 miles from rail. The last administration buried that report, Mr. President. And so now what we've said is, what we're gonna do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to roads. By the way, they want to build them by roads and by rail. We're gonna say no more, it is a safety risk, and we have a report to show that. And just real quick.
That's a good idea. That's great.
Good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still gonna throw in for the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing, we have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. No, Moon to Mars mission, sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them, but if you look at every rocket that's launched, the machinists, the truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets in the industry that has developed over the course of the last 10 years in space, it's truly
I've been
remarkable.
live now
It's not
5.5
just,
hours.
rich
We're going to
guys
end
setting
this
up rockets in
shortly
partnership with NASA.
with our
There's a
giveaway
whole
and
industry
a special event
of
from Vaz.
working men
Please
and
stand
women who
by.
we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish,
Time to celebrate my 100,000 will come later.
the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you, Mr. President.
Really great. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think we'll have some pretty exciting announcements, and you enjoy it.
And fun.
I said, how about temporary? He said, well, can I go a little bit longer? He loves it. He loves it, and he's doing a really good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913, but in the mid-1980s, America owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world, net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets than we owned of theirs. And so when people argue with you about, the trade deficit is nothing, the trade deficit sends 1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever to understand that, and you understood it in the 80s and the 90s, and I used to see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally we've changed it. So let's go over what we've changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never gonna open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you at Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%, they'll pay us 15%, and we will pay zero. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay.
Please
to
tap
come to the
subscribe button. We are
great
racing now to 1 million
consumer,
subscribers.
Right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption.
Become a member.
that
You've only got a
about.
few hours left before the big 100,000 party, and you'll miss the members' special event.
Last week was the
Here
most
is the
fun.
membership link.
In 1 week, right? The Biden administration
To become a member
had
and all the
given
perks that you get.
$11 billion to Intel, giving it to them. Done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation. And Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got $165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs, right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president.
Whoop.
And we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research, and they invent things. And you know who owns those patents? The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working
Crypto's
together.
going up on that.
It's so much
There
fun
it
to work
goes.
with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, because Linda's hitting Harvard.
On the
and
blockchain.
she says, what
And
can
we all
do?
know which one.
Now we send them a patent
Ethereum
letter and hit
is
them
how it's
again.
all
So
going to move, and the payments is
we're having fun together.
XRP.
This is
I had this
the greatest
directly.
cabinet working for the greatest president, and I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life working for you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That was very well stated, wasn't it? Some things people don't think of too much. Thank you very much. Great job. Pete?
Sir, well, amen to what Howard said. And I would just say, heading into Labor Day from the American military, sir, we happen to be the largest employer in America. We like to think we have a different form of employees who need to be the toughest and the strongest and the most
Ethereum
well-trained
is the bigger
and
winner.
most lethal.
It's all happening
And
on
under the
Ethereum.
previous
XRP's
administration,
going
and for
up
decades,
too.
frankly. It was social justice, it was political correctness, it was divisive ideologies seeping into the ranks and changing how well we do our job. No more. Now it is only merit-based, gender-neutral, colorblind. The best of the best from the top to the bottom, that's our expectation. And sir, you've enabled that. So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense, for providing a shield for
Stand
the rest
by
of us to
for
put
our
America first
special event of the day
and to apply
and our $1,000
peace through
giveaway.
strength. We're in the
Become a
strength
member now
business. That's
quickly
our job,
before we
to
get to the
stand behind
party.
everybody here.
There's a
and
membership
alongside
link.
John, in everything they do to keep the country safe. And the world is noticing. And I wish everybody could. There were 2 meetings yesterday that I think tell the story. One was, because today happens to be the 4-year anniversary of what happened in Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you had the families in, who you've met with multiple times, who, when the cameras were on and not on, acknowledged, sir, you were the only one that gave them a proper greeting, that recognized what they gave their sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan, that we will bring accountability for at the Defense Department through our investigation.
That's good.
But at the same time, the world sadly took notice, whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine. Those wars never would have started if you were president. Instead, they looked at the foolishness of Joe Biden. Under your military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence, whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B-2s, 37 hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's LA, whether it's Washington, D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, the answer is yes. How do we do it together? I think that's exceptional. It's what the American people deserve, and you've demanded that, sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on D.C., I started my sentence by saying,
"Come a member, you're going to miss everything if you're not."
To which you said, that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will read Department of War. We'll see.
XRP's going up on this news.
It's not, here's the thing, here's what people miss. It's not just about
especially
words.
Ethereum.
It's about the warrior ethos. It's about what the department is supposed to do.
I was right.
George Washington started the Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They didn't want endless contingencies and deployments. They wanted an empowered military that was, the handcuffs were taken off to fight to win and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war. We must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors.
Click subscribe, ring the bell, be part of the big event. It's just hours away now.
Standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers. We're focused on what matters.
Thank you for all the upgrades.
Golden Dome for America.
Memberships are going crazy in the chat.
For the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary.
Don't want to miss it.
Our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm honored to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
That's great. I think I like Department of War
Right,
better,
we're wrapping this up now.
We'll make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much, sir. So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the President of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so... it's true. And, but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's
I'm not going to say again, I had a tip from the White House press room.
Making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense.
That I did, and I told you I did. And there you go. It's all going on Ethereum.
And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team.
He just didn't tell you that, but it is.
It's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic, international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing is we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures. But another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge.
And here comes Bitcoin catching up now.
The second is mass migration, illegal
was I right to buy that dip and go all in on margin?
For the country,
you bet your ass I was.
American workers. What's happening
buy with
on the border
conviction.
is essential. But
it's not about becoming.
It's
not about the dips. Never about the dips. Always about the conviction.
Whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through its stopping the migration flow from coming here in the first place, incredible international cooperation. you've
Become a
redefined
subscriber
our
quick
borders
and a
no longer
member.
just
It's
our
about to
physical
get very
border. We are
exciting
doing
on the
things
channel.
ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible. But we both work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. You know, there's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said, oh, it's never going to happen, it isn't possible. And it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. And I don't know if we can have an executive order on this. It's insane, but it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people can get married, so I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Doug, please.
Well, Mr.
Just
President,
minutes from the end. Stand
you've
by.
heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting our shrimp fishermen. I mean, whoever it is in this country, people that are building our roads. This whole group embodies that sense of respect. And when we start with that, then who benefits? We come up with policies that help those people. And what have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to have the lower taxes, way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They commute. And one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing if you were working at a hotel, if you were working in a service industry. We were taxing them. A hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You were perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy. You came in and said, we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. We're going to bring prosperity at home through policies here by having lower energy prices. And we're going to stop funding wars abroad with energy policies that help their adversaries and hurt us. You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. And with the work that Jameson and Howard
Back
and
to
Scott
all-time
and everyone
highs
has
again.
done on these trade deals, we're going to have an opportunity to have a renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing, in closing, I want to say is 2 things. One has to do with the U.S. Park Police. That's the group here in Washington, D.C. They're the oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation. You coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down, morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference. And then us giving them the tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police.
They
was
just
could do a
did say
pursuit.
crypto. It's going on the blockchain.
I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you
Already
pull
done
somebody
it.
over and they just drive away and you can't pursue them? I mean, and they said, no, we can't. They said, all rules. We got that rule changed in 24 hours because of President Trump's
Stand by
leadership.
for the $1,000
The next night, they
giveaway,
had
the
so
big
much
event.
fun. They pulled people over. They started to take off. They
party,
chased them. They
everything you
stopped
need.
them. And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates. So they take the plate off. They steal them off somebody else's car. They know it. The plate doesn't match. They know they're doing this thing. The bad guys in the car said, You're not supposed to chase us. Like you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to bring them. No, we're back in action. So it's like, and so the morale is high. They all wanted to say thank you to you.
They did say
yesterday. You announced
the
increasing the number of U.S. Park Police that we're going to hire. This is the group that protects not only our sacred monuments of democracy here, but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group. But on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you. And as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to close with that. We've solved amazing things in 7 months, but the big challenge we have against the remaining is, solving Iran's nuclear thing, that was an existential threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an existential threat. We finally have a president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks. You've signed executive orders.
XRP is pumping now.
That essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now, for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because of you. And with your leadership, we have a chance
Seth
to
Houston, can you see now why you didn't have to wait for a dip? You remember you were asking me that about XRP and crypto. You were waiting.
We're leading that race right now.
Look at the bigger gain.
And we're going to keep the electricity coming. In China, they do it very quickly. They have one person that says do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says do it, and we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I want to thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And the rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day.
This is going to wrap up in a minute. Stand by for the giveaway and everything you need.
Chris,
you've got minutes now to become a member.
So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And I think Sean was right. These guys that are holding these up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually.
It's because it's carbon and they've got a harness on.
In the test.
It doesn't weigh anything at all.
I want to thank you. If you want, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in and we can call it a day. And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions,
a couple of questions, and then we'll end. I think it's important.
Her lawyer has said that they're going to be
my celebration can wait.
Challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit more.
Oh, sure. Always. You always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam. And the things that we found out, of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board.
Please click subscribe and ring the bell. We've got the biggest 100,000 party coming up shortly, and become a member. You're going to miss the best party ever. That's a promise.
While we were in this cabinet meeting, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck.
Thank
No, I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students. Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
Well, we think we're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here, because they'll go out and they'll start building schools and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system.
Yes, I have a Roth IRA.
And I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see who's there. And Marco wants that. We spoke. We're
There's
in
my
the same
Roth
position.
IRA.
But we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world. Nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an industry if you want, but
XRP's pumping.
Millions of people.
Exactly like we said, but being led by Ethereum,
from China come
and
here,
now Bitcoin's catching up. So I was
just
right.
getting along very well with China. And
The tips
it's a
were
different
good.
relationship
The information
than we
was
had for
good.
Years where they took hundreds of billions of dollars.
Again,
and sucked it
information
right
is
out of our
always
country.
good.
They respect us again.
None of
I
it gained
respect
from
them.
YouTube or X.
The relationship is
Real
very good.
people.
I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine.
I've now been live for 6 hours. The big event's coming up in a moment. Please stand by.
President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that.
XRP has exploded on that announcement about the blockchain.
Ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that. But we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we'd have a pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you tell us?
On what?
In the war in Gaza. You said
What about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things
XRP
solved
is
very
pumping
quickly
now.
with regard to Gaza and
It's
also
going to
with
$10.
regard to Ukraine and Russia.
I did my best to tell everybody about it.
President, who are you considering for the replacement to not?
The government and everything is based on Ethereum. I had that tip. I gave it
Well,
to
we
you
have some
directly
very
from the
good
White
people
House.
for that position. And
About 2 weeks
I think
ago.
We have some very good people. We're down to, I think
that's why I went in my
maybe
margin.
in my own mind have somebody that I like. But I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. He's too late. His nickname is Too Late. Costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly.
Market is pumping
fortunately.
on
He's been the wrong
crypto.
guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but I do think he has motives, by the way, but I don't consider him. I've dealt with worse, but he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit. And when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please, in blue.
Mr. President, regarding crime and DC, something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you've talked
Stand
about
by for
reciprocal
everything
carry.
coming up
Would
after
you like
this.
for that to apply here in Washington DC?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking
Concealed
about, right?
or, yeah.
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
Seth Houston, you should have bought before,
feel a
mate.
hell of a lot
I
better,
did try
right?
to warn you. Don't chase
I
it
agree
now.
with you 100%, okay?
I'm just going to
But
mute
I'll
this
tell
and
you,
talk to Sensei
within
off air. Stand by.
Another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker, and I will be speaking to John Thune, and we're getting tremendous support from Congress, especially maybe here. Everybody wants to see our capital be great. You could say be great again. You know, it's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like
it's
to
gonna be
have
your
the
choice.
option, just in case.
Well, a lot of
Sir,
people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, not
Yeah.
have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors oppose those efforts in their cities, do you anticipate that Democrat voters are going to take it out on them?
Okay, I was just talking to
I think so.
Sensei. We've
I
got
think
big
that
news
crime
coming up.
is going to be a big thing. And we are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. I mean, we talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. I mean, you see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of another runner, both champions. One male, one female. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all: crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that.
We're about to end this.
You
Stand
can't
by.
do that. And
You've got a few minutes to become a member.
I think
big
to
party
myself, I
planned.
say,
Special event,
is there some
$1,000
game? You know,
giveaway.
they're smart people.
You name it, it's
Is
all
there-
about to
anybody
happen.
that could cheat like that
Click
in
subscribe and
elections
ring the
is
bell.
smart,
Don't
okay?
miss anything.
And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime. He's a dictator. And people are being mugged like your brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. He didn't just go, all he had to do is this, right? And, you know, it's pretty amazing. So we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us.
Spot on, Seth.
And I
Just
think
don't
that
be disappointed
I
if
think
it drops a
crime will
little
be
bit,
the big
okay?
subject of the midterms.
I just want the best
and
for
will
you,
be the
okay?
big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying, Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago.
You don't need the charts on this
in
at all.
Illinois, the governor of Illinois,
Way past the charts
saying
now.
that crime has been
You know
much
what you
better
own
in
by
Chicago
now. If you don't,
recently,
then you
and
don't.
Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, that if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put him in a trap again, because these are all traps. You know, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100-0, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is the cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime. So, you know, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom, they should call me and they should say, you know, we've got a problem. You know, we could solve with this team, different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy and I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore for the last 12 days. But it would be so smart. Gavin Newsom called me up, say, you know what, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and would love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem in, it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months, okay? Working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it.
Stand by for the giveaway.
It's the best site in Chicago.
The news
I
about
got
the
it.
drop.
Nobody else got it. I was
the party,
happy. That was
the
when I was a real
100,000,
estate guy.
everything,
And I got it.
and the special
Sun-Time
event.
site, they call it. And I built a building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a governor, a Democrat governor, or mayor, or anybody having to do, I'd call up President Trump. I'd say, President Trump, we need your help. We saw what you've done in D.C. in a period of 12 days. This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be so safe. It's going to be the safest place on earth. And we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked, as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, you know, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair.
Mr. President,
Yes, go
on
ahead.
crime, for a lot of victims like myself, a big concern is long-term sustainability. Can you share with the American public about your plan in ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah. Well, it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days, as you know. We have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, I mean, right now there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world.
Throughout this show, I was buying Walmart at the bottom to protect my account, to protect my margin, and now it's going up as planned. I can now start to sell. I doubled it again.
And these are hardcore
$17,000, as you can see.
They were born to be
lower the average.
In my opinion,
bought here.
Seriously bad
now,
people,
that
murderers,
protects my crypto
drug
margin.
dealers. You know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. You know, as good as we're doing, they could come back.
NVIDIA is going to beat on earnings, by the way. I just thought you should know.
That's going to solve a lot of it.
$200.
We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here. Very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong. Working with the police, they're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out and we'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be giving out, we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And
we're about to end this. Stand by, please.
The big.
I know it's gone on for a long, long time. I've been here for 6.5 hours
done,
now.
I guess a majority of the good work, the big work, and we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up of the roads, the fixing up of the medians, between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into. I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago when I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. You know, the tents are removed and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I'd say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down and nobody would fix them and all of that. Well, we're going to have new medians. We're going to have a nice topping put on the road. We're not going to rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild a road, which they don't have to do. and we're going to have this place so beautiful. That's going to be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime, but it's also a part, when you see a dirty city, it's like I don't know, it became the #1 thing viral. I said my father is a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty capital, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country.
agree.
This capital is going to be so beautiful. We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that, when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, Iris shared her story, and you mentioned, people going.
That was a terrible story, because I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is Pam, when the gun is put to the head, did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but I haven't heard back about this guy.
It'd be really great if you could maybe give the information. She's very good at capturing people, She's very good. If you could give that information to Pam, would be great. Would you do that?
Yes,
Wouldn't you'd love to see them? I would assume you'd like to see them captured.
For sure.
You can't. You just
Been
can't.
waiting for years.
Yeah, take a good look at that.
But,
Go ahead. So go ahead.
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked on the metro. They're throwing things. Some teenagers, they're throwing liquid at us.
Oh, they're throwing things. They throw. How about where they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs? But the granite curbs so expensive.
Don't know why people are saying it's going down. The S&P is still going up.
So expensive. And you see
No
a guy
idea why people keep
chopping
saying
them
it's going down.
and
What's
handing
going
out big
down?
chunks of them like a brick, because they
Talking
couldn't
bloody
get in
rubbish.
because people were stopping them
Talking
from walking out.
bloody
A little bit
rubbish.
unusual when you're walking with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign. Right? It's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer, and they start pounding the concrete and the granite, and they hand out chunks. And those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car, and you get killed running into a light pole. It's those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul, said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard.
Consider subscribing, being part of our family, the biggest
I'd love
100,000
to do it.
celebration
If she'd
coming up
like,
very
I get
soon.
along with
Plus the
Kathy.
giveaway.
If she'd like to
You don't
do
want to miss
that,
it.
I
Become a
would do it.
member for a special
See,
private party
look,
as well.
New York has difficulty like other, and I don't want to make this I want to make this like friendly, but the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats, and cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail, and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months, we'll start talking to you, because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes
Any moment now, this will end.
And we're doing that. We're stopping it
People
in
are
D.C.
desperate to go to the toilet, I'm sure.
I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not politically correct soldiers that I won't go into definitions of what that means, but these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it. And these people, they're afraid, these gang members who are bad people too. These are bad, these are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You don't understand that, Scott? And we can solve Chicago in 2 months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. We are very close to being at that position in D.C., and within a month, we will be, within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought, you're gonna feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now. But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem and you can handle the problem and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad. And all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals. Okay.
You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization.
What do you mean it's not a legit pump? Look at Walmart.
Weaponizing government by digging into the mortgage.
The markets are changing, just like I said they would.
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself. And you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead. You were going to say something? Go. Blue?
Lower interest rates on national security.
I think we have to have lower interest rates, yes.
A follow-up question for you and Madam Attorney General on national security. We've heard from Stephen Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in D.C. who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels.
That's right. And we know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with. And we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, you know, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough,
Please
bad,
click subscribe, ring the bell, become a member.
children,
Biggest
but they're
event for
criminals, and
100,000
they're really
just
bad
around the
criminals.
corner.
And they're used
Our
by older
giveaway,
people
our
because
fundraiser,
they
our
never get
special event
charged
after
because
this,
you can't do anything to
our
them.
giveaways,
But we are getting
our
that
merch
change,
drop.
Pam, I
It's
hope.
all happening. It's all about
Because
to
you have
happen.
14-year-old kids that are
Got
evil.
moments to become a
They're
member.
sick.
There's the link.
And they have to be put away. Something has to be done because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anybody.
On your way to Alaska.
I can't believe you're not tired holding that. Look
I have
at
a
this.
few more questions.
How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours.
It's because it's on a harness and it's made of carbon. I've got one. You can stand there for a week.
Severe consequences if Vladimir Putin did not agree to a ceasefire.
Yeah.
After that summit,
It's very nice to say so, though. It's just not true.
Is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very, very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky won't be there. You know, it's like, who do we have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic, because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. You know, it's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets, you know. $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them, 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number.
XRP, not really.
I'm talking to...
that's just a very small bit of profit taking. That's all that is.
Terrific
That's
man.
nothing.
Modi.
Absolutely nothing.
Of India.
It's not dropping.
And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan?
Kind of nothing, really.
And I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now,
Have patience, guys. Patience will reward everyone. I know it's a long time. I've sat here for 6.5 hours.
For hundreds of years. But,
I'm tired.
I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. you're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yeah. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn, your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died. They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American, so a lot of people would say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. They're 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it, you have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents, they're waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they're waving goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it will be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either, okay? You know, it takes two people to tango. And I say it all the time. You got to get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them. And you know, you read about Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg and you see, you know, those 600,000 people, but in that war in particular was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here. And this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only, Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know, he's told me that a few times, unless he was saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see it stop. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system, that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, you know. But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. You know, if you look at Congo, if you look at, just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started, it was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days up, but there were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border, and I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that, but I still, the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That is what
President protected
Putin
my margin.
President Zelensky, but I think I'll get it done.
Why do you think that?
You never know. It's war.
Can you stop the family?
With war, you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible. But with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked. And they lose their country, and they lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, you know, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have, I mean, the man was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size.
Say it. Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated through a personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm.
Consider subscribing. Got the biggest party ever on YouTube for 100,000 subscribers.
Thank you very much.
We're now heading to 1 million. We've got a charity event, a fundraiser, giveaways, prizes, collectible items, all sorts. Join us. You're about to miss out. There's the membership link.
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said I was with the, is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person, Senator Cotton, made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it, and they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do if you're smart? Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay, we didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with his stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. Exactly. It didn't do anything. You know, they're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money, and they have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in, because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power, and you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I'm glad we're straightening this out, because everyone thinks I bought in. No. I said, it would be great, we'd be a great partner for you, and I want to see Intel do well. You know, Intel was a great company, and it can be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country, and then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with others, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found
I'm not giving you 10% of my YouTube channel.
And that goes to reduce our deficit, $4 trillion, and it was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You know, you're gonna have to get used to it.
In addition to reducing the deficit, any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check?
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans.
Stand by for all the good stuff.
At tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now 50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes, and they got nothing for it. Or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and make a dividend to the people.
Mr. President, I have a question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
That's stimulus checks, that's the stock market going up, that's crypto going up. Everybody will buy Bitcoin.
Peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. Just wondering if the Russians have been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, as a leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will.
Doesn't matter what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
Here in this city, there are 500 people short on the police department, police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Would they have had to bring in troops from the National Guard? Police departments in this country were fully staffed.
Stay with me. If I can get through to the end, I've been here 6.5 hours.
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area. And I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised because to me, that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time because I allowed our military to make the decision.
Here we go again.
I said, you can make any decision you want.
Oh,
I
my
gave it
gosh.
to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the
Another all-time
captains
high.
in the field.
Here it comes.
You remember that where
280,
everything
all-time,
went
another
through
all-time high.
Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through. They had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together. They'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night, I got that same call. They called me, and they said, "We have a." I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning because I listened to their system, and they were calling me and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with what war I'm talking about. And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is he? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good student? I was, sir. I was a very good student. So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack, and by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you, so you're a good student, you went to West Point, and you love the military, right? Yeah. You make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools, and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision, and we kicked ISIS.
Here we go. We're gaining more volume now.
Don't forget, ISIS was supposed
Bitcoin,
to be
XRP,
supposed to take 5 years to
Ethereum,
terminate them, and we had a man named Raisin Kane who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. It's a great general.
Buy with conviction.
And he's a wonderful guy
How
too,
about that?
believe it or not. But he's a great soldier. We let them do their work, and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. I like good students as opposed to bad students. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
On Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Look, here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September, and I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with
We're
these
about
people...
to end. Please stand by. It's all about to happen.
He made a deal.
Click subscribe and ring the bell. Tap the like button.
And after making the deal, he's been almost
You
run
want to
out
become
of
a
the
member
party. He's
as
not
well.
the same man.
You don't want to miss all the good
He's
stuff.
not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer, and I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic.
Volume is picking up now on everything. This is great.
It kept our country
The
open.
huge rally I predicted with my massive amounts of margin is
You can
occurring
count on almost
live
no
right in
vote.
front of you.
I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example, crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime.
There it goes.
We may not get one Democrat vote, okay? We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so. And it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
On farm
Mr. President, why do you just
you
go
mentioned
to
in
the
Iowa that you wanted to see
sir?
some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers.
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country. And we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country.
Yes,
And we're working on
Joseph,
something
we
where
are
can
on for
take
our
care of
call.
both.
I don't cancel. I don't let you down. Yes, in half an hour from now, me and you will phone me up. If you're a gold member, you get a 1 hour with me a month. Joseph, here is your link.
People saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the
There you are, Joseph. Copy and paste that. Call me in 35 minutes for our private one-on-one call. If you are a gold member, you have a private one-on-one call. Just confirm you've got that information.
At a press conference that he would encourage nonviolent
Copy that link, Joseph. Call me back in 35 minutes.
to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
I don't cancel.
Nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is sent to Chicago.
Look, this guy doesn't know what resistance is or nonviolent resistance
At Scott
is.
Bronda donated
He's a bad
$5 to a
politician.
super chat. Thanks for the daily
It's
grind,
amazing.
Martin.
I mean, if he didn't have the
really
money, he
enjoy you
wouldn't get any
covering all
votes
the
'cause there's
current
no compelling
political
reason
chats
to
in
vote
real
for him.
time.
That's a major loser.
Thank you.
But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately.
Cheers.
You know,
Copy.
because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows it. It's not like he's saying Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police
Tax lots
and us work
orders
really
coming
well
up
together.
now. I'll
Whether
be trimming,
the mayor is opposed or
reducing
whether,
margin,
you have a
as I
really
said I
rotten
would.
mayor there too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women. They're like only Trump. They want Trump to come in. And you see them, they're all over the place in Chicago because they're afraid to go out and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous, look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor
Okay, we're coming to the
California.
end. We're switching to
Yeah.
members only.
I
If
know
you're not a
him very well.
member,
He's
you're going to start
incompetent.
missing out. There's
He's a
big
nice
stuff
guy, looks
about to
good. Hi,
happen.
everybody. How you doing?
Members
He's got
only
some
in
strange
3,
hand
2,
action going. I
1.
don't know what the hell his problem is.
Here's the link to become a
little
member.
weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, you know, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up.
We're about to
Make it
end.
really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problems. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals.
Yes.
Bad criminals.
Reducing
dangerous.
margin with tax
And
lots. Yes.
We can solve the problem for them very quickly. Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. It's, a lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. I mean, we had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing?
Please don't say that.
No, but no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along,
about
they
to
work
end.
along together. And there's something really nice about just, you know, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And
stand by.
We haven't made too many mistakes. We maybe will, but we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right
Look at
now,
that.
respected
I
at
was
the
right.
highest level.
Again.
And we're doing great. And we're
Never
a very
lose on
rich
this
country
show.
again. Very rich. And that's a good thing, because when we're rich, we can take care of poor. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much.
Okay, here we go. Let me pause that. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Things are about to get very, very busy on this channel. There's a lot going on. So many things I'm going to do as promised. So here we go. I'm only going to say each of these things once. It's all going to happen very, very quickly. So if you follow the channel, you know why I'm smiling. You know everything that's going on. I get these words directly from the White House. I get them from the press room. I get them from the Bank of America. I get them from Robin Hood. I share it all with you.
Gotham 6,839 has become a member.
Thank you. Last night, I went all in to the maximum you could possibly be with margin. Told you what was going to happen. It's happening again. So, you know, here we are. So I'm going to say each of these things once. You don't want to miss anything. Have you all tapped the like button? You done that? There'll be memberships given away. You won't win them unless you are a subscriber and you've tapped the like. Okay. Have you also all hit the subscribe button? This morning, all kinds of stuff went on the show. I will tell you exactly what happened tomorrow, not now. A lot of you understand. A lot of you don't. You will find out in time. I will tell you at the right time. This is not the right time. Tomorrow is the right time. Click subscribe and ring the bell. Be part of it. Many of you thought at 100,000, I would stop. It would be a break, whatever. Yes, I'm taking a break. But now we get to work. Now we're going to 1 million subscribers. We already ranked 2,200 in the world on all channels. Global. Sensei did the analysis yesterday and found that statistic out on growth. 2,200, something like that, in the whole world. And over 110 million channels. Things are about to take off for this show. We aim to be the most honest, real channel in the world. You don't want to miss it. You want to be part of the 100,000 subscribers. But a lot this morning went crazy. People coming in, doing crazy super chats, people turning against me, people seeing me successful, getting upset with the way things were going. You saw it. You saw the response from the members to those people. You saw people super chatting, trying to promote crypto. You saw yesterday, I told you I've been offered thousands to promote Gemini, the XRP credit card, even though I don't believe it's the best way of getting XRP. I turned it down. Yesterday,
at 67, Carwin has become a member.
Thank you. Yesterday, I turned down at least $5,000. I have the #1 XRP audience in the world, and yesterday I was offered a referral code to sign people up. I turned it down at $50 per person. Could have made about $5,000 yesterday. I turned it down. I do what's right for my audience. I told you I'm buying XRP, why I'm buying it. I told you that the government are going on the blockchain before anybody. Not all the bullshit that you hear on X. I told you what was going on. I used my real money, my real margin. I mean, look at that. You want conviction? I give you conviction. Read that on the screen. There's conviction. 100%. Why? Is it a guess? No. I know what's happening. I'm talking to the people that move the markets. I don't lose. I share it with you live. I went all in. Remember, I wasn't in crypto over a month ago. I waited for the right moment. This is the right moment, or at least it was a few days ago. Not so much now. It's rallying, but of course it's going to go up a lot higher than this. I didn't buy any crypto to go up 10%. I bought it to go up 300%, 1,000%, and I'm just trimming down now with my tax lots. So this morning, all kinds of manipulation.
3,825 has become a member.
That's why you've noticed I've turned things off. I've changed certain strategies. We all know what's going on. You just wait and I'll tell you everything. So you've all tapped the like button. You've all subscribed. Just about every single person is now a member. Over 2,000 people now are members on our channel. 98% who watch live are members. Higher than Mr. Beast by 1,000,000%. No one, you can't get high. 98% of your live viewers are members. How do you get higher than that? It's bloody impossible, right? 2%. There's always a few idiots. And you know who they are. So let's move on. What happens next? Right. Okay. The first thing is this. At the right time, and this is not the right time. Tomorrow is the right time. We will do this. There's going to be a moderators party, then a members party, and then a general subscriber party. You don't want to miss it. But the biggest and best 100,000 celebration you've ever seen on YouTube. And no matter what people are trying to do to spoil it, they can't. There's nothing they can do. Look at the members. Look how many members. More and more. Everyone's a bloody member. All right? So how are we going to celebrate? Here is the link. You need to copy this down now. Oops, a daisy. You need to copy this down now, because if you don't, you will miss when it happens. I will decide the right moment, so it can't be spoiled or broken. You just got to trust me on this. It'll all make sense. So you need to click on this. You need to go there right now, and you need to bookmark it. So you can click like right there, okay? And you can click remind me, because the moment it's right to celebrate, we will celebrate. The focus has to be on what built the channel, the audience. You needed to hear this morning. You needed to know about crypto this morning. We can celebrate when we're making so much money. We can celebrate. We don't stop the show and celebrate when you all need to know facts like this. This is what's important, is your investment. This channel is about you, not my ego or my indulgence of 100,000 subscribers. That can wait. And then I'll have my moment, all right? And then I'll get an ego as wide as the bus. But right now, it's about the members. It's about you, okay? So there's that. That's the first thing. The second thing is this.
7,741 has become a member.
You want to bookmark this. You don't want to miss this. We promised you when we reached 100,000 subscribers, we would not only give $1,000 away, not only will we give tons of merchandise and cash cards and gift cards away, but we're also going to raise loads and loads of money for our favorite charities. Lots of them. I told you, when I'm successful, I can pass it on to others. I've built a business, I've built a family, now we can help the world. And we literally are live in the world. So we have this event. I will decide when this event starts. It'll be the right moment and not until. Right, there it is. Go and bookmark that. Have you done it? Okay, have you clicked like to this event here? This is the first event of many on our channel when 100% of all money raised will go to these children in Africa. No taxes, no credit card, no money to YouTube, no money to Google, no money to me, no money to Sensei, no money to Vaz, 100% to these children.
5462 has become a member. We are family. Well done, Martyn.
Thank you, Martyn Young. Every single penny will go to this charity. 100%, not even a credit card fee, not even taxes, nothing, zero, 100%. And every $5 gives a child in Uganda a school education. Every $10, I think Zach said it's clean water for a family. I can't remember what it is now, for a year, whatever it is. But you can see how we've got this amazing banner for us, Martyn and Sensei and all this. It's amazing, right? All of this is going to happen, okay? And this event is going to be, I'm letting Sensei do this. I'm not doing this event. Sensei is doing this event. I want to give Sensei this so we can both be part of the 100,000 celebration, okay? So now you've got both of those. Now then, the next thing. We're giving away $1,000 of my money. Mine, Sensei's and Vaz's. Not sponsorship money like Mr. Beast. No, my money, Vaz's money, Sensei's money. Live on the show. It's free to enter, free to win. Here we go. Click on this. Bookmark this. Bookmark this now. You go over here and you can win tickets for free. You can be lazy and do nothing, or you can do as much as you like. The more you do, the more things that you can get. We're giving away $1,000.
7,154 has become a member.
Thank you. And this is just the beginning. We're going to be giving lots of money away. I told you I bought the XRP at the right time to use it for giveaways. I've got so much flipping crypto now, it's ridiculous. Look, I've got now just in my crypto wallet 77 grand.
Agman E8N has become a member.
It was all bought to give away. Pretty crazy, right? On top of that, I got all the ETFs. I've got about 140 grand now in bloody, it's ridiculous. It's going to go to 3-4x that. And I bought it to give away. There's so much more coming on this channel. You've no idea. Look at all the members piling in. This is incredible.
At Marcus Blair, 5,211 has become a member.
All right. Now, you can win by reposting, sharing, watching these things. It's all explained on here. Now, there's more. Yes, there is. On our X and Instagram, I'll give you the links here. We are rewarding everybody who gets involved. Like Oprah Winfrey said, you win a car, everybody wins a car. Everyone's getting prizes. I'm not joking. We're giving away stuff, gift cards, money, prize. I mean, all over the show. So how do we do it? The main big prize is the 1,000, but we're also giving away and people that repost, like. You can go through X, spend 10 minutes and just repost everything. We are measuring you. We're finding out who engages the most, and we're going to reward as many people as possible that are live on the show. There's X, there's Instagram. It's in the chat for you right now. You can see all of that. Now, how many people are getting involved? What's the chances of winning? 705, that's it, out of 100,000 subscribers. If I refresh the screen, that was about an hour ago. 705. We're now up to 709. How many people have done all the things? Top users. Just two. Just two have the maximum tickets. James 007 and Rene. David Hensley is 3. Zach Zay is 4. That's it. So if you get involved and you're not a lazy sod and you don't moan and you don't sit around trolling people, you've got a chance to help charities. You've got a chance to win money, prizes, be part of the #1 YouTube TV show in the world. That's what I want. and then hand it on to the next person, Sensei. And then Sensei will hand it on to the next person. That's what this is all about. We're trying to create something special, a legacy. Okay? All right. Have you all done that then? You've all got everything needed. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our, one final thing. Sorry, I nearly forgot. One final thing to mention. In a few moments, in exactly 20 minutes from now, number 6 out of 10 for our special collectible limited edition merchandise goes. Every single one of the 1 to 5, we're now on number 6, 6 of 10, that's it, sold out in 1 minute. 1 minute. And it's going to happen again. So we have 4 items in each batch. Number 5, we had a large mug. It's got the 100,000 on it. It's got the celebration. It's got the silver plaque, the silver play button on it. It says on the side, it's number 5 of 10. Number 6 of 10 comes out in 19 minutes. There'll be a large mug. There'll be a small mug. There'll be a latte mug. And there'll also be a framed piece of art like this. Now, what this is, I have one going on my wall. I have 0 out of 10. I have 0 out of 10. You can own number 6 out of 10. Every one is sold out. There's nothing that's not sold out. Everything sells out in 1 minute. Look, sold out, sold out, sold out, every single one. So number 6 will become available in 18 minutes from now. A mug, a small mug, a large mug, a latte mug, and a signed frame. It's sealed, it's framed, it's got my signature on it. If you look here, if I click on it, you can see here, it's got my signature on it there. You see it, look? It's got a special QR code, and when you receive it, those that buy it get a special treat. You don't know what it is, you won't know what it is until you receive it and scan the QR code. Very exclusive. You won't know what it is until you get it and scan the code. My name's on it. It's numbered. It's got the play button on it. It's all ready to rock and roll. I have got one. There are only 11 in the world. I have 0 of 10, and you all have the 1 to 10. And in 20 minutes, or 17 minutes, it drops.
@Benji_Watson has become a member.
There will only be 5 more after that. No, sorry, 6. There'll only be 4 more after that, tomorrow and the next day, and we go into our party, right? So there you go. Now then, one final thing is we are going here right now. Vaz is about to present to you a live earnings of an earnings that will shape everything. This is EVTOL's the EHang earnings going into the NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. We are covering the NVIDIA earnings. This event where you are now will take you directly to this. Now, Vaz has been waiting for hours. This was supposed to go live hours ago. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting through Trump and all the crypto news and everything else. Please now click on that link. It'll automatically take you there. Watch this. Vaz is going to present to you some very important information on EHang. This is the next sector. I've been right about all of my calls, all my predictions. This is the next sector. We've just had a very, very revealing earnings information, and the market sold off. Now, like my Walmart, I was buying heavily. Okay, look at EHang. It's down 9%. This is the next big sector. You want to pay close attention to this. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm not giving you financial advice, but what I am telling you to do is join in with this event. Because right at the end of this event, there's a big crypto announcement that I will be going live about XRP and Ethereum. You won't want to miss it. It comes live at the end of Vaz's special event. You don't want to miss this, okay? So I'm going to end the stream right now. I've been going now, nearly 7 hours? God knows. Everything is about to go pretty parabolic. That's what I believe. That's why I've invested heavily. I'm now going to hand you over to this. Now, tomorrow, we will celebrate the 100,000 subscribers. We're now on the way to 1 million in 2 years. Please click subscribe and ring the bell. We've got our fundraiser event You'll know when it is if you've bookmarked it. The party for 100,000, you will know when it is if you've bookmarked it. I'll announce it when it happens, but if you've already clicked on it, you won't miss it. Trust me, everything will make sense tomorrow when I explain it. Okay, that's it. We're now going over to Vaz for a special event. From here, we will go live to the very special event about XRP and Ethereum. It will be a pump event. I'm telling you that now. It will be a pump event. You don't want to miss this. This will take you straight into that. Thank you very much for your company. I hope you've all become members. It's about to kick off. The giveaways, the prizes, the stocks, the crypto, I mean, everything is about to go through the roof. That's it from me. Thank you very much indeed. You've got the link in the chat. It'll take you there automatically. Vaz is about to go live. You don't want to miss it. And right at the end of this is the big XRP pump event. It's already happening. It's already going up, but I haven't pumped it yet. And trust me, we rank #1 in the world for XRP. We will see something today. All right, you've seen nothing yet. That's it from me. You know what to do. You know what's coming up. Become a member. Don't miss it. That's it. I've got to have a meeting with Joseph in 15 minutes. As a gold member, you can book a one-on-one call with me. So Joseph will be calling me in 15 minutes. Please get ready to call me, Joseph. I look forward to speaking with you in a moment. Now stand by. Join Vaz. Until next time, as always, Lucas Aids, I love you all. We will win. We always win. We'll continue to win. And no matter who tries to manipulate and bring this down, they won't. It's not possible. We keep going forward. We're always winning and we're always going to win. Until next time, I'll see you back in a couple of hours with that live event. And now it's time for Vaz. Take care of yourselves and each other.